T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Американская фирма Transceptor Technology приступила к производству компьютеров «Персональный спутник».
you don't want that.
I've got the power.
Quality, I possess, some say I'm fresh, where my voice goes through the rest of the microphone that I am holding. Copywritten lyrics so they can't be stolen if they all snap. Don't need the police to try to say them, your voice will see. So please, stay off my back, or I will attack, and you don't want that.
I've got the power.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to Ape MC. I'm just killing it this morning. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I was killing it. It was like I hit like this like mental block like right in the middle of it. And it's like, whoa, just absolutely killing it today. Happy 2-year anniversary. Woo! Oh man, this is what happens when your brain starts thinking and you don't you're trying to think like 2 or 3 steps ahead, and you're still tired, right? Like you're sitting there going like, I'm thinking 2-3 steps ahead. I'm gonna get ahead of myself here, and then you forget where you're at. It's Max Payne rules, guys. It is Max Payne rules. Remember that starting in late November of 2021, the long institutions were the ones that took control of price movement, and I kind of showed you guys how that several times. I've shown you guys where that's been the case, and one of the ways that you can see that is money flow and who's getting the money based off of how price is moving. And all that has to do with is simply collecting money on the derivatives. That's what the main key goal here is, collecting money on the derivatives on the front side, because they can't afford to let a squeeze happen on at this point in time, right? If they do let it happen, then they're going to have to pay out people lots and lots of money. So how do they make money on the front side? They continue to control price, making people think the price is going to run up, and then controlling price back to max pain. Max pain has been the rule since November of 2021. It's been the same way until we see those derivatives start drying up. We're not going to see price move because they can't honestly afford it. So that's where we're at right now, guys, and I think we're going to continue to see max pain being the rule, the key rule of where price movement moves to until something happens with the entire economy, and you start seeing the market coming crashing down, and margin calls start rolling in for those hedge funds. We're just going to keep seeing max pain or something very close to it over and over and over and over and over, or the derivatives dry up. One of the two. One of two's got to happen. But as it stands this week, max pain is probably still going to be 550, I would imagine, even after today. So we'll probably be seeing AMC closing somewhere between 5 and 550. My guess would be the case. It might close a little bit higher than 550. If it does, it wouldn't be too much higher, but it's, figure somewhere between 5 and 6, I guess, would probably be the best thing to say. A little bit. Sometimes it closes a little bit positive, sometimes it closes a little bit negative, but really close to max pain. 10Ds++ says, my 2-year anniversary as an AMC ape. Congratulations, 10Ds++. I know a lot of people got in right around this time. I didn't. I'm actually going to go back in my logs in my portfolio and find out when my actual date was, so I can put my 2-year anniversary. But I think it would have been for AMC. I think it was the 28th, or maybe it was the 29th. I can't remember specifically which day it was, but I'm going to go back and I'm going to look at it and see so that I can properly celebrate my 2-year anniversary. But it is a 2-year anniversary since they took away the buy button on the 27th of January, way back in 2 years ago. Squeeze anniversary is what Brian put in there. I like that. That's pretty good, Brian. I know movie trivia weekly winner Jeff Hamel. Let me see if is Jeff in here right now. I don't know if Jeff's in here or not. I feel like I got his name misspelled. No, he's not in here yet. Does anybody remember? Is it 2 M's in Jeff Hamel or was it 1 M? I feel like because for some reason or another I wrote it down with 2 M's, and I feel like I wouldn't have written that down that way if I hadn't seen it that way. So. But when I was writing it in the title for the day today, it didn't look right. So I took out one of the M's. I don't know if any of you guys remember. I'm just go back and look. I hate getting it wrong. So Gooey says February 4th is my 2-year due to just hearing about the movement on this day and waiting for the money to clear with the brokerage. Yeah, that was. Part of my problem was getting in a little bit later than a lot of people was because I was waiting for money to settle as well. Petra says, I think it was 1. I think it was 2. Yeah, I don't know why I would write it down in my notes as 2 M's, but for some reason or another I did. Let me see here. I don't have any. There's nothing else. New, there's not any like really new news to talk about. I guess we could kind of talk real quickly about what you're seeing with the red, white, and blue lines for anybody who might be new here. This is synthetic price failures. There's repeated amounts of times where I've seen in the marketplace where a lot of these algorithms kind of use a specific set pattern for attempting to get people to sell off their positions. They usually hold up as very strong support and resistance lines. Yesterday we touched down on the red line and just a little bit past it, very briefly. And what that usually means is that they're looking for those paper hands. Anything below the red line is usually the paper hands. It signifies that somewhere from the last previous high, some paper hands were likely found if it drops and holds below that, but it didn't. You see, it was a very quick drop down to $5.10 when that number is 514, and then very quickly rose back above. Very oftentimes, we see this retested 2 or 3 times before actually seeing the final break to a newer high. So, and usually that's a 15% increase in price. So I've got a blue line in here somewhere. that I'm going to be drawing up here because I need to put it 15% higher than our current most recent low, which is going to be 510. So let me put that into my numbers. 510, by the way, is 22.1% down from the 655 that we saw. The 15% return on that is going to be 586.5. So I'm going to put my blue line at 586. That's what price would have to get up to know that we were starting to set new highs. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, that is right. Okay, I just want to make sure. For some reason, it does, I don't know, I guess didn't sound right in my head. 586.5. All right. So I've got that plugged in. In regards to failure to delivers currently at this time, let me see where we're at on the list here. We have on AMC, let's see, due for today, it looks like there would have been somewhere around like 1.3 million shares due in failure to delivers. The big spike wouldn't happen until Monday. There's 1.6 million due on Monday, but they usually try to settle for the following day, which there was a spike up to 2.6 million in failure to delivers by 2/1. So we're looking at like 131, and is a very likely day where we're going to see a little bit of activity going on there. There was some very positive numbers when we go over the numbers here in just about a minute. There were some very positive looking trends upcoming as well in the Ichimoto cloud. So I was really kind of hoping that we were going to see some of that movement yesterday, but we didn't get it, and actually we ended up getting the downwards pressure. But I do see some future looking numbers that I think are looking pretty positive for us. So let me clean my glasses here real quick, and we will dive into the numbers and figure out what the heck's going on here. Roadster Guy says, Casey, what do you think will happen with the 10 million Ape FTDs due next Tuesday? So that's what I'm going to show you here in just a minute, Roadster Guy. The amount of borrowing that went on last night alone, or yesterday alone, for Ape was massive, super, super massive. I mean, they borrowed just a crap ton of shares yesterday. So and they do have the ability to borrow those. There's the utilization isn't quite nearly 95% or higher, so they have those shares available to borrow, and that's exactly what it looks like they did. They borrowed just tons and tons of shares. So I think they are anticipating the need to return those shares or lend those shares in order to deliver those shares. But that means that those shares are going to stay loaned out, and they're going to have to find those shares at some point in time. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let me log into my broker real quick. And that means I'm going to give you guys the speech. You know it. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those thoughts or comments until you do. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account and save you a little bit of a headache. When you are signing up for something like that, make sure and put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code in case something happens to your primary device that receives the codes. And I'm also asking that people once a day take pictures of their portfolios, save them in a file with the date for the picture, for the title of the picture, and just in case something should happen with your broker where maybe they make a mistake and you can correct it and say, nope, look, I got an image. If you're not going to do it once a day, do it once a week. It just depends on how much activity you've got going on with your account. If you're making a lot of trades, then daily would be preferable, but at least once a week, take a picture. Let me see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Well, I'm logged in, so let's look at it. Let's see what we got going on. Price prediction tally points for yesterday. We got I was in for 624 to 924. Eric had 6 to 9. Apex had 599 to 899, and Einstein had 511 to 811. The combined price of AMC and Ape together was 528 plus 179 for a grand total of 707. We all got our price prediction tally points for the day, which means we go to a tie breaker today, and whoever has the average price closest to being correct for the day is going to be the winner for next week. I can already tell you I know where I think I'm going to be. I'm going to be looking to predict around what price. Max Payne. Man, my four on this new keyboard here. It's got something else going on with it. It likes to type that 4 in there every once in a while. Short exempt volume. Moving now. By the way, the price prediction tally points, guys, is not. We're not trying to predict the future, and you should be making financial advice off of it. It's just us trying to stay sharp on where price is moving to. So just realize that we're just normal people. Short exempt volume for AMC is at 223.9. Yesterday it was 229.8, so just slightly down, 223.9. Even with lower volume, that number stayed about the same. 223.9. And on Ape, let's see what we got here. Ape had 107.2. With as low volume as we had yesterday, I'm actually surprised to see it even that high, to be very honest. Let's see, on AMC, we were down 0.94 for the day yesterday. Oops. And on Ape, we were up 2.29. Let's check that utilization. AMC is still showing 100% utilization. Let's check and see the date here real quick to make sure that it's today or yesterday's date. Let's see, January 26th is correct. So we do have 100% utilization for Ape, day number 12 in a row. And for Ape, utilization is now 92%. So all that loaning that they did yesterday really ate up a lot of the available amount of shares that they have left to borrow on Ape. So that's gonna be very hurtful. 92%. That's getting really close to the magic number of 95 that I want to see. That makes me very happy. Let's see here, 92. Nice. I'm liking that. Taking a look at Max Payne, I don't expect it to be any different. 550 is what I'm betting on. It is 550. Off exchange data for the end of the day yesterday, I expect to see about 64% on an average day combined between off exchange and EDGX. Off exchange was 56.55 for final number yesterday, and EDGX was 10.5. The total on that 67.05%. That's about 3.05% higher than it should have been, which is kind of normal for what we've been seeing lately, but it is still elevated. The 30-day average for CHX volume is 1.04% now. Yesterday we had a total of 3.67% volume going through that exchange, or 788.4 thousand shares. Lots and lots and lots of CHX volume still going through there. Taking a look at Ape, final numbers for off exchange yesterday was 65.72. EDGX was 7.14, grand total 72.86, 8.86 higher than it should have been. CHX volume pretty non-existent. On GME, we had CHX volume at 0.61 when their average 30-day average is 0.31, so nearly double what they normally average, so that's kind of elevated there. And CHX volume on HYMC was non-existent. Taking a look at institutional ownership. 139.1, oh shoot, I just refreshed it and I didn't read it first. Let's see, I got it written down. 139.111 was how much institutional ownership we had as of yesterday. It's now 139.127, so slight increase there. About 160,000 shares more institutional ownership there being reported. And taking a look at options, highest amount of open interest yesterday was at a $6 strike with 44.5 thousand contracts. It is still a $6 strike today with 45.5 thousand contracts. So 1,000 more contracts in open interest. On puts, highest amount of put volume is at a $5 strike. There was 18.1 thousand contracts yesterday. There's 19.7 today. Also 1,000 more contracts. Market still suggesting closing price somewhere between $5 and $6. And lo and behold, Max Payne is right smack dab in the middle. Go figure. Go figure. What's next? I'm going to move some screens around. Let's give you, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of sunshine this morning here. No, not sunshine. I'm going to give you spruce. Spruce for music while I move some screens around. Okay, enough of that. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me put this back down to 1 minute here. Let's take a look at what our total numbers are. It's so awkward, such a weird transition. It's almost like I should just let the music continue to play out as I read the numbers or something. There is approximately the combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.05. We should do that one day. I'm gonna let the music play on because it had like 2 more minutes of music left there. I should just let it play on and see if I can continue to read the numbers. For me, it's really distracting. I can't. It's difficult for me to do, but I think it would be kind of funny for me to try. So maybe I'll try that next Monday. Just let the music keep playing and see if I can get through it. 705 is the combined price of AMC and Ape right now. As you can see right here, I've got a little bit of a box for a breakout that I had kind of anticipated that we may see a break past the descending level of resistance. We are right at that box right now, and by market open, we may see the break past that, or we may not. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I have this set up as a potential spot for where we would see a break. The reason for this this particular spot here is we have a Fibonacci retracement of $7 that's held support many times, and we have a level of resistance on declining level of resistance with this line right here that we've seen holding as a level of resistance for a while, squeezing us down into a consolidation with the breakout looks like it's going to be this morning here. Now, anytime you do see a descending level of resistance and a flat line of support, that's a triangle. That usually means price is going to break out going down. So we'll watch and see when that happens. But this is where I have the box at right here. I don't remember when I drew this box. I wish there was like you could see like timestamps on these things. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see here. Taking a look at Ortex data. Short share interest of the free float's at 22.87%. That is definitely elevated right now. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like on our chart. Utilization, there's our utilization for a super long butt time. This is February 8th is when this first started. If you guys, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but February 8th, we're coming up very, very close to a year of 100% utilization, other than these two specific days where it dipped down very slightly and then came back up. We are approaching that 1 year anniversary for that. Taking a look at the on loan amount, we're going to zoom in on this just a little bit. You can see it's massively starting to rise. We went from 182 million shares on loan to 183.39. So I'm just going to call it 1.4 million shares. It's close enough. 1.4 million shares in new loans. On loan, or let's take a look at the estimated short share interest of the free float. It rose from 22.78 to 22.87. So 0.09. Oops. That I can just move the decimal place. I know. Wait, I think that would, yeah, that would just add. That's Ortex is sorry. Ortex is estimating that about 465,000 of that was in short interest out of the 1.4. Let me just redo the math on that because I'm accidentally missed a number there. I just want to make sure that I'm right on this. Yeah. That's usually Ortex is estimating about a third of the total amount of volume. And since there's 1.4 million in new loan shares and only 465,000, it looks like they're underestimating currently. I'm not sure why, but it is estimating less than usual. Don't know why that is. On loan average age per day. I would expect with new loans coming in that this should be flatlining or slightly heading up. It is slightly heading up. It went from 91.06 to 91.32. Security lending volume day over day dipping from 17.65 to 16.65. Taking a look at Ape, these are the numbers right here you're going to see. Estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.68%, utilization at 92. Massive drive up on that utilization due to the fact that there was so much loan shares that occurred yesterday. We went from 85.1% utilization to 92. On loan amount day over day massively increasing. These are the numbers that they're needing to borrow these shares, the 10 million shares that in failure to delivers that showed up. This is the loaning for those shares. It went from 28.47 million shares on loan to 37.16. There's your 10 million. That's it. It's just darn near really dang close. Let's see here. 8.7. I think that's close enough. 8.7 million shares in new loans. Let me just do the math on that real quick and just make sure. $37.17. Close enough. Yep. All right. So yeah, 8.7 million. That's dang near 10 million shares. They've got a few more days to deliver these, so they'll either collect the rest of them in the next few days or they already have collected and returned those shares. So there it is right there. There's your 10 million shares in failure to delivers being loaned out and putting utilization super high. This is going to start making cost of borrow start rising on Ape, and it's going to cause all kinds of mass pain. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising obviously with that new borrowing, going from 6.15 to 6.68. And the on loan average age per day should be dipping like a mofo on this thing. I mean, when you take on 8.7 million shares when you only had 30 or 20, what was it again? 28.47. This is going to make this number just drop like the biggest drop ever. I mean, it's just going to absolutely, there it is. Big tanking on that number from 35.39 down to 24.83. is the average age per day on these loaned shares. That's a big drop. That is massive. That's going to cause some major buying pressure and price movement going up, going forward from here. Security lending volume absolutely skyrocketing yesterday because they obviously borrowed those shares. Went from 3.74 million in security lending volume to 12.77 million shares in security lending volume yesterday. Big spike. Orders by Fidelity customers, I don't expect us to be on this list at all. These are just the last 4 minutes of trading from yesterday. But let's see if AMC, Ape, or GME made the list. Nope, not on there. With low volume comes not a whole lot of activity. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $4.75. Ape is at 1.611. Shares available to borrow for AMC is showing 0. Looks like they did return 20,000 shares sometime in the middle of the night. Last night we borrowed about 16,000 of those. They returned the 20,000 or the 16 and then borrowed all 20 back. So we're looking at 36,000 shares having been borrowed out of the available, and then an additional 15,000 out of the ETFs. So I'm just going to call it 50,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's about how much was borrowed yesterday. Fees were last seen at 103.1%. Out of the money calls, we have 140.6 thousand contracts. Next week we have well, I'll read that off in a second. 140.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 12.2 thousand contracts in the money. 45.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 31.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. For next week, we have about 85,000 contracts that are out of the money. I don't like seeing that get over 100 because if it does, then we probably won't see any kind of any kind of increase pressure on getting activity in the derivatives, and so that means price will probably just stick around max pain. The week after that has just absolutely just stacked on like crazy. We already have 98.4 thousand contracts on out of the money calls or puts and 64.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money. We're already over 100K almost in just the puts alone, and then we've got a looks like the quarterlies are expiring the week after that. The next time that we see dead movement is going to be like late February, where there's hardly any options opened at all. So you can imagine that we may not see a whole lot of pressure until then. Not like major amounts of pressure. Unless something happens with the market between now and then. Starting with looking at the rest of the market here, the futures are looking down as of this morning, anywhere from breaking even to down 0.5%, depending on what it is specifically you're looking at. But we have the VIX up 0.56 as well. So it does look like we have a red open for the morning planned. The international markets as of yesterday. Some again mixed numbers. Some green, as much as 0.75% high. The ones that were red were down about 1.5%. Ethereum Classic is showing down 1.72. DXY or the US dollar is showing up 0.1 at 101.94. And the SPY currently is at, it's currently showing down 0.29%. VIX, actually, not VIX. Tesla is down is up in the pre-market 1.8%. Amazon is up 0.08. Cinemark is down 0.35. Doge is down 1.38. Bitcoin is down 0.37 at 22.9 a coin. GME is down 0.55. HYMC is down 0.59. Hood is down 0.62. CS is down 1.68, NCMI is down 0.25, Ape is down 0.56, and AMC is down 0.38 in the pre-market. You can see the liquidity crunch is still there on the AMC order book, as there's hardly any orders there, and probably won't be any orders for another 18 minutes until the banks open up and they can start loaning some shares again. Not quite the case on Ape's order book. As I'll show you here in just a second. Ape's order book actually has quite a few orders in here. Do note there's large amounts of buy walls to prevent the price from continuing to drop further. So somebody's protecting their assets. More than likely, it would be Antera if I had to guess, but it does look like there's a wall keeping it from continuing to drop further. Let's see here. We had, I should say, yesterday about $900,000 more outflow than inflow for the day. So far this morning, only 7,000 shares having been traded for AMC. Very, very, very low amounts of volume yet again. And on a 4-hour chart, we have, let's see, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.89, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, that's a tough one. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.13, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's a divergence on the vortex indicator with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.16, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.28, which is above average. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately we'll just call it $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 8,000 shares having been traded so far on Ape this morning. It's outpacing AMC currently on shares traded, but still very, very low volume. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. With RSI at 56.13, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI at 54.2, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute chart, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 55.2, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 56.63, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on the 1-hour chart here, we managed to kind of trade sideways for the most part on a 1-hour chart out of the cloud, the green cloud where price usually likes to move down. We do have a green cloud forming going into Monday, but do note that the thinning portion of the cloud is very, very, very brief. So if they're going to want to try and push us towards that, they're going to have to keep price pretty low or trade sideways for the most part for the day today. Where we do actually have most of the current volume support at. So as it stands right now, the conversion is above the base, and the price and the lagging line are right on top of each other. If we want to see a good, strong buying signal for the 1-hour chart, the conversion being above the base is already what we need. We need to see the lagging line get above the price line, which today looks like we're going to need to get above 180. I think yesterday it was 188, but today it's going to be 180 is the magic number that we want to see pushed past. If we can't get above 180, we may not see the buying pressure that we need to continue to get price to move upwards and avoid from coming down into Monday through green cloud. On a 4-hour chart here, let's see if it's in agreement. Well, the 4-hour chart's in a little bit of agreement here. It's saying like, yeah, well, I don't really see a thinning portion of the green cloud until Monday as well. But then anything beyond Monday is thick again, so and it wouldn't be a thinner portion until Wednesday. So again, if we can avoid dropping down, I don't know, maybe around to the value that we're going to want to stay above is like 165, right? If we can't keep above 165 for Monday, then we'll probably be dropping down Monday on Ape. But if we can stay above, let's just say current price where it's at or higher than that 180. Actually, for the future on this, we're going to have to get above 190. But 180 is fine. 180 is fine for now. If we can get above 180, it's in agreement on the 4-hour chart and could supply enough pressure to run us back up to retest 190. So 180 is going to be the key number. We're currently at 178. We're only 2 cents away. So we could see a little bit of added buying pressure. The conversion line is above the base, which is a good sign. We just don't want to come back down and touch that base, which is 171. 171, and we definitely don't want to come back down and see 165. On AMC's 1 hour chart, I guess since I normally write two numbers down, I'm going to write 180, 180. Those are the two big numbers that we need to see for Ape. On AMC, here we have conversion below base. Lagging line is below price line. We are kind of coming up towards a thicker portion of the red cloud here, but it does thin back out from Monday. I could see us potentially running up into the point of contact for volume for our current period of time, like within like just the last 4 days of trading. Most of our volumes at about 536, and we're at 528. I think price may come up, and that would make sense too because that would push us closer to max pain. But I would see us coming up to somewhere around that price. To get this to turn into a buy signal for this chart here, a really heavy buy signal, price is going to have to move above the cloud, which is going to be $5.60, and sustaining something higher than 560. On a 4-hour chart, we are at a green cloud here. The green cloud suggests that you're going to see price moving downwards through the green cloud. Sometimes it doesn't always go through. I mean, I think a good example or a good place I could show you that is here on the 1 hour. Well, actually, no, we did go through. We did go through on this one. Never mind, I take that. I mean, it does happen, though. I've seen it happen before where it doesn't always have to break through the cloud. I guess technically it kind of sort of did yesterday, very briefly with a candle. But seeing price move up through a green cloud is very, very, very bullish, especially when you've got a red cloud forming up in the futures. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. This is kind of a sign of uncertainty as to which way the price is going to move. To get heavy buying pressure for the day to day, I'd say we need to move above 563. So that's in agreement with the 1 hour chart because the 1 hour chart's saying 560. So I'm going to write down 563, but I think, actually, let me check one more thing here. I'm going to write down 581 because the lagging line getting above this price line right here is going to be a mandatory thing. So 581 is going to be my other number. 560 and 581 are the two big numbers. If we can break 581, you may see price jumping even further. In that case, we may be we could be retesting something in the $6 range. But that would be breaking max pain rules, and I don't know. I'm not expecting that at all. With that, that's all I got for you. I would expect on synthetic price failure, I would expect to see a retest of 510 or 514, one of those two numbers, somewhere right around there, before seeing price moving up. So I would imagine at market open, maybe we see a retest of 514 at least once, maybe even slightly after market open. But I would expect to see a retest of that. It's not very often that we see just one test only before seeing price move up to newer highs. I would be surprised by that. Let me zoom in here just a tad. You can see the crunch, the liquidity crunch right now. We had about 10 more minutes here before our banks open up for lending, when we'll start seeing some more shares being available to be borrowed and create a market for trading with volume. Let's see what we got going on over here. At that. All right, taking you guys over to the other screen here so you can see both. The word is pronounced both. Let's see what you guys are writing. Good morning, preacher. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Arby. Tendies plus says, whoa, that Veritas Pfizer video is wild. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have not seen it. Easter Beast, it says your message was retracted. Somebody retracted. It looks like you retracted your message. I don't know. I don't know what happened. MB, good morning to you. Danny says, Casey, is itchy a good indicator on ETFs such as SPY or just individual stocks? I would say it's normally it would be good for just individual stocks, right? Because it's yeah, I would say individual stocks. Now, because you've seen me use it on the SPY, for example, which is an ETF. So I wouldn't normally use it on the ETF because it kind of tells you like I guess it depends on the ETF, right? If you're looking at an ETF that's got sector-wide uh, securities that are held inside of the ETF, then maybe it's okay because there may be sectors that move in unison. But if you've got like an ETF that's got like a really wide range of different positions held within it, then you're looking at like a market-wide indicator, and I would say that it may not necessarily be as good. However, when I showed you guys the weekly Ichimoto on the SPY, I think that's actually not a bad way to look at it because you're just looking at like an overall general movement of the entire market, and you're not looking at like a 1 hour or 4 hour, right? Normally, you would use the Ichimoto cloud on like a 1 hour or 4 hour chart. I wouldn't use that on an ETF. I just wouldn't. But I would use it like a weekly chart for something on a longer period of time. I think that's okay. Ultra, good morning to you. Tindy's Plus Plus says Tom D, yes, flips out in the restaurant saying I was lying to impress a date. Oh yeah, I have seen that video. Never mind. Yukon says, good morning, let's slay today. I like that. Let's do it. We got about 6 more minutes here before we have Pokestick of Volume. I have no idea how I got through the numbers as fast as I did because I feel like I'm always like barely making it or finishing just before. Man, I don't know how I got through the numbers that fast. I feel like I time warped. I've been doing some of my. I've been dabbling in a little time travel on the side. I don't. I saw the future. Two weeks, Paul. Yes. Arby says you're on your game today. I don't know. I don't feel like it. You should have heard the intro. It was pretty rough, man. Yukon says, Casey, what will happen when CHX volume for AMC is 2 million in a day? Uh, if that happens, Yukon, I have no idea. That would just be absolutely massive. I don't know. Somebody's closing out massive positions if that's the case. Ooh, Danny, multi-dimensional theory. So I have this like really weird concept. I saw a video not too long ago that was talking about light and how we perceive light and how light really is maybe should be perceived. And depending upon how you view light may actually be different than how other people's are viewing light. And so, for example, something that's been brought up about the Mandela effect is, and some people are seeing things. A lot of people remember like different things than what other people saw. Uh, the idea that that these alternate dimensions may be all around us. Your perspective may be different than somebody else's perspective simply because of the fact that you're viewing an alternate reality around you, and that alternate reality may be so close to the same that you just don't really know that there's much of a difference. There's just slight differences. I know this sounds really stupid and weird, but I'd have to play you guys a video on YouTube that shows how light works, and these it's possible depending on your perspective that you may just be seeing things. So when you start to say things like, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound if nobody's there to hear it? May actually be, did the tree actually fall? Not necessarily did you hear it, but from your perspective, your reality, did the tree actually even fall? It's weird stuff, man. You start talking about stuff like that, it's really weird. Arthur Martin, it's good to see you, buddy. Is there a universe where AMC is squeezed already? I want to go there. um, I don't know. I don't know, Arthur. I don't know how do you get there? There may be an alternate universe where it's squeezed already. How do you get there? I have no idea. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting, also, if anybody's religious or not, I don't know if you're religious, but um, uh, there's been, for example, events in history that have been written about, or foretold for the future. But in the historical events that occurred or that are supposed to occur in the future, which later did occur, uh, the representation was is that it was daytime or nighttime. And so the interesting thing that I think about that when I think about it is like, well, and it doesn't matter where you are on the planet, somebody's going to be experiencing night somewhere and somebody's going to be experiencing day. And so you couldn't possibly have everybody experiencing day and nighttime at the same time unless we all lived in the same part of the world where we're all experiencing day and night at the same exact times. So it's really kind of an interesting concept when you start thinking about how is it possible that we could all experience the same thing if you have day and night always at the same time happening. And if this is only gonna fly for anybody who's religious out there. Anybody who's religious out there, because anybody who's not religious is gonna be like, dude, you're smoking crack. And I would be like, yeah, it does sound a bit like that, yes. But it's alternate realities may be being experienced by different people, and so the reality that you experience may not actually be the same reality that everybody else is experiencing. And that is like so strange to think about life like that. Taking a look at our Pokestick of volume here, we've got 21,000 shares so far in the Pokestick, 30,000 shares in total, which means we had about 8,000 shares or 9,000 shares going into this Pokestick. So very low volume on AMC. That's going to provide us about 5 to 20 or 10 to 30 million shares in prediction for volume for the day today. And then on Ape, volume on the Pokestick was 6,000 shares. We putting us at 15,000 shares, which means we had 9,000 shares going into it. Very, very, very low volume, 5 to 25 million. Top prediction I can do for the day. Not only that, but AMC or Ape's volume yesterday was 10.6 million shares. We're likely going to see less volume today, likely, unless there's some kind of like crazy volume going on. Oh man, look at the order book on AMC. That's nuts. That is some nutty nuts. What the heck? Wow. I want to screenshot that. Let me take you guys over to the other page here because I want you to see the full order book. Look at all those thousands. Thousand, 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 2,000s. What's Ape look like? That is a major liquidity crunch problem right there. That's crazy. Normally, when I tell you guys that these are the tea baggers down here, this is what I'm talking about. These orders down here look like the tea baggers to me. That is one crazy looking order book this morning. Salty Dog says explain liquidity crunch problem. So anytime they don't have shares that they can borrow when you have low liquidity in the marketplace, then you end up seeing these really weird orders that show up. Or a lot of times what we end up seeing is we see rabbit pellets, right? Like you get like periods of time where there's like no trading whatsoever, and you get this like very small trades or transactions that go through, and you get these rabbit pellets that kind of show up in trades because they don't have enough shares, which is what happened until they got the banks open to loan shares, which is our pokey stick of volume, and that's usually when volume starts kind of actually kicking in, and you can see some actual trades starting to transact. But at this point in time right here, you can see nothing but major walls that they've set up here with, I would assume, if I went through and added up all these shares, I'll bet you it probably adds up to something really close to about 50,000 shares. And it's like maybe that's like all the shares that they've got for the day to day to, let's just add them up. I'm curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10,000 shares split up evenly over the 1,000s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 22, 22 plus 10. So we're at 32,000 shares out of the 50,000 shares that we've seen them borrow overnight that are stacked up right here to keep or prevent price from going above $5.60. It's basically like they've set up their entire buy wall of shares that they've borrowed for the day right here in the pre-market to show us like we're not going to let the price run up here, but we don't have enough shares to really even make trades back and forth in the market. So there's just like this massive liquidity crunch. Like they don't have any. There is none. There's no liquidity here. They don't. They don't have. There's nothing left. They're out. They're done. They don't even want to make transactions or make a market. If these shares were to get bought up, I don't know. I don't know what they would do. They would have to. They would. Price would probably just start running like crazy. Yeah, and I think the reason behind that salty dog on Ape is because of the fact that Antera bought a bunch of Ape shares, and I think they're trying to protect their assets and keep the price from dropping on that one. We've been seeing a lot of buy side support on that one, and I do believe it's because Antera has gone long, and so they're trying to protect their position. Andrew's asking, so it's going to drop hard today. No, I'm not saying that. Nelly in the stash sports talk says I predict a halt today. Laugh out loud. And then Tendies Plus says if I had $1 million, I'd buy you shares. I would too. I mean, I'd buy me shares. I would buy me shares if I had $1 million. This is pretty crazy. There's nothing. There's nothing to see here, guys. They don't want the market moving right now. As an experiment, right? Let's see. So 1796 Patriot says somebody give Elon a call and ask him to buy up a couple 100,000 shares. 32,000 shares, even at the highest price. Let's see what that would cost. Yeah, you'd only need $179,000. It'd actually be less than that. It'd probably be closer to 150,000. Because the price is 538 to 560 is a spread on that. It wouldn't cost all that much to buy all those up here in the pre-market. Pretty crazy to think about. Greg Bassett says I can swing that. I'll take care of it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. Yeah, Brandon S says through lit exchange. That is the answer. It has to be through the lit exchange. It wouldn't be able to be through like if you just placed an order through your broker, then they would probably just hold on to that order until they had liquidity during market open hours and wait to actually place the order and just fill it for you. They would tell you they filled it, but then never actually fill until market open. But yeah, lit exchange is something you'd have to make the trade through lit exchange like right now. Einstein says they're waiting on the financial data move in 20 minutes. Myself says maybe off exchange trading is going nuts. I never even really look at that in pre-markets. I don't think it actually reports until after market open. So I don't think I've ever refreshed it in the pre-market. I don't think, yeah, it won't show. I don't think it's going to show until market open. And then it's even delayed by like a few minutes also. So I think the earliest you can get off exchange data from chartexchange.com would be like 5 or 10 minutes after market open. Nobzilla says, so are you saying 2 plus 2 equals fish? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but sometimes the way this market trades, it does feel like that, doesn't it? It's like, it's a little kind of crazy. Apex is saying going with Ape close at 177 and AMC at 560 with a combined closing price of 737, so 587 to 887. I've got you down. That's probably not a bad prediction. I have a feeling you and I are going to be probably really close to each other, but I haven't. I'll take a look at the numbers a little bit when I went more closer to market open and come up with my numbers then, like I normally do. But I have a feeling it'll end up being pretty close to that. Yeah, no, it's not. They don't do that, Danny. So remember who's controlling the price right now. Long institutions are the one controlling the price. They don't want it to run up. If they let it run up, then they lose money because they've got a whole bunch of long and short positions that they're holding. And if they let price run, then they end up having to pay people for their long positions. So nobody who's long right now wants to see price run up because if it starts running up, they're going to owe more money then it's going to cost them more money out of their own pocketbooks than it's worth. So they tend to profit more from keeping price at max pain. They got to make money on the front side of this thing, or they're going to get just as hosed. I mean, look where was the pain found in 2021? What was the very first thing? Who was the first thing that failed in 2021? It wasn't a hedge fund. Hedge funds weren't failing in 2021. It was Robinhood. Robinhood was the one that was failing. Why would Robinhood be failing in 2021? Because they didn't have the money. They didn't have the money to pay out the people who were making the trades that they had. This is what you got to remember, that when all these long institutions are hedging, right? They're all hedging, they're taking bets. And if they have to pay out on those bets because they're winning, they're going to start losing money, because that's how they make their money. Is they make their money by making transactions or taking the long or short side of a position by writing calls and puts. So they don't want to see price run. There's three. One Love for Life 71. I only know of three institutions, three broker dealers that do direct lit exchange trades, and I can send you to a person who can tell you about that. But I feel like if I advertise it, then I feel like I'm advertising to you that you specifically need to be trading with those. So I would prefer not to do that, but I can direct you to somebody who could tell you that information based on their investigation. Stephen Week says, I have a load of $8 calls expiring on the 17th. I have the same amount of puts at the same strike price for the same date. I usually just sell whatever is green that day. Hey, Roblox, we got three different rules in here, and one of them is no other tickers unless it's got some kind of specific relationship to AMC, Ape, or GME. Roblox. The game. Oh, it wasn't Roblox. It was Minecraft. Never mind. I was gonna say something that was wrong. Yeah, it seems like that would be the case. Danny, you would think that most remember, a lot of these broker dealers are lending out their shares, right? They're trying to make money off of lending of their shares. They're trying to make money off of all these other ways that you wouldn't actually make money from actually seeing price rise on a security. So they're making money in other ways other than watching the price rise, which is inherently that's I feel like that's not really, it doesn't make for a good marketplace if that's the case. If the market's designed to hold price back from moving upwards, it almost seems counterintuitive to a healthy market. But that's what they do. That's how they're making money. I just deleted Roblox's message. Oh, Tendies plus plus says I don't see Roblox. You must have had him blocked. It must have been maybe he goes by a different name. Sometimes that happens if you block somebody so you can't see what their messages are, and they change their name. You'll see it that you won't be able to see the messages under the other name. Doug Plays Guitar says, any update on pro equities? Any more theories as to why we had the halts? So here's part of the problem. I ran into a little bit of a snag, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to get any further on that rabbit hole. I don't have any way to be able to see the call and put status on a broker dealer, and I can only find out how many shares they owned in Q4. So without that information, I have no way. All I can see is how many shares they held in Q4 of the security, and I can only see that they either had or did not have calls and puts. So without me being able to know how they were hedged and seeing the relationship of their position to where price moved to, I'm not going to be able to come up with any kind of theory as to why we may have seen what it was that we saw have happened. Unfortunately, I know that's like a big bummer because let me tell you, I'm a little. It feels like I did a lot of work for a whole lot of nothing other than just come up with the name of the entity, the broker dealer who basically was behind every single one of those securities being halted. That's it. That's the only information that I'm going to be able to gather out of it. So I don't. There's no other way that I can go forward unless somebody knows a way to find out what the call and put positions are of broker dealers. And I'm not going to pay for Fintel's data because I don't think Fintel will even give that information. I don't think they. I think there were some rule changes that we had back in last year if I say this, you'll probably recognize what it is I'm saying. But they now have it so that they can call a short position long. So that may be part of the reason why I can't find some of the information because they don't have to report the information the way they used to. Thorblade says, so why is the SPY rallying so hard? I don't know, man. To be honest with you, let me see here. I don't know what's. Let's go look at it real quick. So as of yesterday, I've got my line drawn in here. I've actually got on the top side of this wedge here, I've got my line drawn in for this point back here on 12.12. I could put it back here on 8.16. The problem is that the bottom side of my line starts down here, and so usually I like to put the secondary touching point on the run up or the run before. So I really could put this line. I could put it here, which means that the price has not broken the wedge yet, or I can put it on the secondary touching point here and say yesterday we did not fully break out of the wedge, the most current wedge, all the way. So you can see that we got it broke out of it and closed above it, but it didn't. The full candle was still touching inside the wedge. This could be a temporary breakout to the top side. If it is a breakout going further up here, we'll see. I don't know, but I'll tell you what. Moving. Hold on. Let me see something real quick here. Let's pull up. I'm gonna pull up SPY on here, and I want to just check something out real quick. Let's move it to the daily. Let's see what we got going on here. So the volume on the SPY is currently moving down, right? It's undoubtedly moving down ever since this 16th of December. It kind of hit a peak and has been moving down. It's been in a downwards trend ever since. I do have my moving average on a 65-day period, which is a quarterly. It's looking at the previous quarter's worth of volume and figuring the simple moving average based off of that. So over the last quarter's worth of data, the SPY has been moving down in a very strong downward trend. As you know, falling volume and rising price is bearish, right? So if we come back over here to the chart and we see that we were on the last quarter's worth of data, if you consider from today's or yesterday's date, the 26th of January, we'd be looking at, we should be pulling data from basically November, December, and January. That would be a quarter. So if I go back to November and I do a trend regression channel from the beginning of November to current, where's price moving? Up. Price is moving up, volume is falling. Something's wrong. That to me is a bull trap. To me, that looks like a bull trap. You got price rising, you have volume falling. It's not a real move. It's fake. It's going to move the other direction. If price were falling and volume was moving down as well, then I would say this potentially could turn bullish, but it's not. I think there's a good chance that we maybe do something a little bit like what you see in the blue lines right here. Maybe we start to kind of trend really near this line right here, this trend line, and kind of bounce on either side of this for a little while until finally it breaks. Very strong chance of that. Batter says, Casey, do you see a scenario where if SPY implodes to new lows, we then trigger margins and liquidity traps that set us up for MOASS? Do you see a scenario before or where if SPY implodes to new lows? Yes. Let's see here. Salty Dog says, did you see yesterday's video from Ant? I think I did. I think I saw most of it. I may have missed like the last couple minutes of it, but I think I did see most of it. Did you guys see, hold on a second. I always forget I forget the name of his channel. Retail stock? Hold on a second. Can never remember the name. Stock Retail. Did you guys see Stock Retail's video? Let's see here. It was posted 1 day ago. It says on tigers, frogs, infiltrators, and influencers, a brief history. It's almost a 29-minute long video. It is absolutely I've been told that there was one flaw in there that was kind of cringy that I guess apparently didn't go down quite like he said. But for me, I went ahead and I went ahead and put a message on there that I agree with everything that was said in that video. If you want to go understand the history and some of the characters, what's even more impressive to me was is there's things that I have not told anybody about some of my interactions, and I don't know how he did it. I'm not sure. I mean, there's only two people that would have had that interaction. It would have been me and the other person. So he would have had to have talked to the other person in order to find out the story from that person's perspective. So he never talked to me about my perspective. And for him to say some of the things that he said, it was kind of weird for me because I was like, dude, only two people know this, and it would have been me and the other person, unless that other person told other people, which I can't imagine they would have. He, he seems to know some information that I found very ironic that he knew it, or how I don't know. I don't know how he got his information, but he got it, and I think it's really kind of crazy. Greg says time travel. I don't know, not time travel, but I'm telling you, man, like I really there's his insight into. I don't know if he's just theorizing, but he knows more than he should. I'll just say that. The name of the YouTuber is Stock Retail. He's got how many videos has he done? He's done I don't know. His videos started about 4 months ago. He doesn't have a whole lot of views on his videos, but he does really good work. Actually, one of his videos had 4,000 views. Most of them average somewhere around like 300 to 600 views or so. But this last one on tigers, frogs, infiltrators, and influencers: a brief history of AMC tokens, FTX, and more was amazing. Absolutely amazing. If you don't understand the history of some of the players in this community, and you want to know more about the background of some of the players and where they came from and when they came and what kind of influence they've had on the community, go watch that thing. Because man, let me just tell you, he does a good job of picking it apart. Petro's saying, I think the SPY will run. Everyone is betting the bear side with options. They will let it run, then rug pull. Hold on a second. Are you sure about that? I feel like more people are saying it's going to run than they're saying it's going to get bear rug pulled on it. Let me check something real quick here because you're saying options, but let me look something up real fast. So just throwing this out there, max pain for this week is 399 on the SPY. And the SPY is sitting at what is it, 403, 40, 404, 404.75, and in the pre-market it's 403.59. So what you're saying right there would suggest that that's true. But let me just check next week just to verify that that's still the case for next week as well. Next week max pain is set for 400, so it's rising. So it looks like you're right though. I would have. I'm kind of surprised by that. I'm really surprised by that because I'm looking at the chart right here, and this doesn't make any sense at all. I would say that's so weird. Let me show you what I'm seeing. So while the max pain is that number, let me show you where the quantity of volume is set up at for the SPY. And I would say, to me, it looks like there's way more call volume to the higher side than there is put volume. I don't know. This looks like it's more call heavy to me. Yeah, max pain maybe at a lower value than where it's running at, but the amount of volume that's set up right now to go out of the money is long, not short. And if you go to the next week, it's even worse. If you go to 130, it's like astronomically worse. There's like just crap tons more volume over here on the calls. Do you see when I talk about volatility in this marketplace? Do you see the volatility here? I mean, look how much more the angle of volatility here on either side of this of a swing on the market. I think let me take a picture of this. In terms of volatility, when looking at options, when you have a volatility swing that looks like this, that's bad, right? This is that's like there is like anything other than zero is going to be massively making money, right? So if this line were to look a little bit more like this, right, then you would have less volatility. For example, like this week. This week has less volatility than going into next week. Next week looks more volatile. Where this is next week right here. It'd be interesting to see if I could do an angle slope on this. I wonder if it every single week this is getting higher and higher and higher like this. It'd be interesting to check it out and see. Let me pull up the next week's. I wonder if I can measure these. I should measure the angle of volatility on this. This is 2 weeks out from now. That looks about the same. Two one February. Oh, now look at February. this is February is really starting to look like almost like what it is that I'm drawing for you guys. Now February looks like that now I would agree with you. See, now this if this were this week's Petro, I would agree with you on this. I would say, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right on this. The market is going more bear than bull. Uh, look at this. Look at the size of this for February. Oh my gosh, yeah. What is this? This is expirations for beginning of February. Somebody's expecting this market to start moving down by February. Wait, am I looking at the right dates here? Hold on a second. 2/1/20. What are these other dates? Oh, these are dailies. These are dailies. Okay. By 2/1. So yeah. Wow. That's insane. Let's go out one more day. The day after, it swings the other direction the next day. That's crazy. Get ready for a roller coaster ride because this is swinging back and forth. This thing is just it's getting ready. This market wants to swing back and forth like I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Like something crazy. This thing's looking like it's going to turn into one of those carnival boat rides where it's swinging upside down and it just stalls out at the very top. That's what it's looking like. All right, enough of that. All right, I think I'm going to take a break here, guys. Let me see what it is you guys are writing here. I'm trying to read through some of these. Thank you, Jay, for letting me know it's break time. Yukon says swing back and forth like our diamond balls, like a gorilla in the trees. So yeah, I couldn't come up with anything on the fly. Before I leave, Nat Nail, I'll try to answer your question, but you said when do I think we could start to see some upward movement? When do you think you could start seeing some upward movement? It looks like, and I'm going to assume that you mean AMC and Ape, and I'm going to assume that you are talking about just those two and not necessarily the SPY. To me, it looks like we've got a little bit of upwards momentum starting today and maybe even leading into Monday. But only because Max Payne is going to probably set in. Right at market open, will probably be down like normal, but it does look like Ichimoto's saying that we're going to have some upwards momentum. Max Payne would agree with that. However, I do still feel like a double bottom's in order, and so we may see a temporary run up. But I would definitely expect at least a test on AMC of somewhere around 510 to 514 again before perhaps maybe moving up. And that might be right at market open. I don't know. It's hard to say. Do you think that we have to hit SSR the day before we rip, whenever it is? Bird Eye, if you go back in history and you look at it, it was 3 days prior, both in January and in June. SSR was tripped. There was a little bit of a rise in price, like a temporary rise in price. It was like really, really big, like a couple days of big movement. It hit SSR the next day after that movement was done, and then 3 days later the price started ripping. So, and that pattern, that little pattern right there is the spring. That's what's called the spring. So you hit the double bottom, you have that quick, huge run up, then you have a little bit of a retest, and then you get the big movement afterwards. So you got to see the double bottom spring into the retest of a previous higher level of support, and then which is that retest of coming back down and finding support almost immediately is the SSR being tripped, and then 3 days later price starts booming. All right, I'm gonna head to break, guys. Let me put up the message real quick here. Alrighty, see you guys in just a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, I'm back. Looks like we had some interesting little movement right there on AMC. The candle drives up as far as $5.52 for a brief moment. Let's see, 552. That means that they would have had to have cleared out the order book in order to get those orders to trade through at those kind of prices, as we do have those 1,000 and 2,000 share orders or sized orders. They would have had to have cleared the book all the way up to 552, which bypasses quite a few of these numbers in here. It takes it all the way into the 2,000 numbers. Kind of interesting to see that have happened. Let me figure out. I need to figure out real quickly before market opens what kind of price prediction I'm going to have for the day today. Let's see here. Give me just a second while I look. I'm gonna throw up a little music here for you guys while I try to figure this out, and give me just a few minutes. It says the song's 3 minutes long, so. Let's see here. It really might. I hate to say this, but we might actually. It might be flashing us a sample of where we may be moving to in price for the day, and maybe a close of like 552. I'm gonna guess that is the price. 552 for close. For AMC, and then for Ape. Let's see what we got going on with Ape. I'm gonna go for 180. $732 is what I'm getting for a closing price. So I'm looking at 582 to 882 for my price prediction. That's really close to what Apex had. He had 587 to 887. All right, that's going to be what I'm going to pick. 582 to 882 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. Try and get as close as I can there. Let's see. And then I've got Einstein sent me his here not long ago. Let's see. Einstein said 559 to 859. And I'll get Eric's from him. Send him a quick message. All right. I am I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start out the day here. Let's get this put back on a 1 minute. Ooh, it is cold outside. They got the front door open. All right. I'm ready to get this day started. Apex says that would mean that they ate all those 1,000 orders with just 335 in volume on those few candles. I know, right? And Apex, that's a great, what you're saying right there. And I wasn't here to witness it when it happened. I'd be interested to go back in the live stream and kind of take a look at what happened during that minute. But I would suggest to you in the order book that you probably would have seen the orders either disappear or something else entirely happened. Actually, it's a great point. I'm gonna bring up the live stream and I'm gonna go back to that minute because I want to see what happened. What time was that? That was at 8:48. I'm going back to the live stream here and I'm gonna go back in time and see what happened to the order book. Y'all watch this in like such poor quality? It even shows up as I can't even get good quality when I'm watching it. Let's see here. So sure enough, that there was a $3 order at 552, and most of the 1,000 orders were set up at 5. It looks like 553. I can't. I'm gonna pause it and see if it clears up here, but I can't see it on the live stream right now because I'm streaming, and it won't give me a higher quality. Unfortunately, can't get a higher quality until I stop streaming, so I'll have to go back and take a look at it. But it looks like maybe that the order book may have had I can't make it out. It looks like 538. I can't tell. What's it at right now? 538. It has to be 538. So there was 3 shares on the order book at 552 is what it looks like, but I can't tell. It's really fuzzy on my screen. It could be 532. Okay, when those orders went through, when the price was moving, nothing was changing on the order book at all. Oh wait, it's am I pause? No, I'm not pause. I'm playing. Nothing was going through on the order book at all. Okay, I'm gonna have to go rewatch that. That might be evidence right there that I have to submit to the SEC because it's not. I don't see anything changing on the order book when that was going through there. So that'll be interesting. I don't know. I'll go back and review that later tonight. I need to write that down. Review video, pre-market video. Because nothing was moving in the market, and yet it was showing price movement. Casey's Broken Mug says, Casey, I hopped over and watched Stock Retail's video while you were on break. Let's just say it definitely connected a few dots. Best little nugget you have dropped in a while. I'm telling you, man, if you want to, you really need to know the history. I mean, if you're a part of this play, you need to know the history of why people are saying what it is they're saying and why they're doing what they're doing. And it because you may be following people or some of the people who are part of our community are doing things that don't make sense. And when you understand why things happen the way they happen from the past and why they may be aligned with certain individuals who I think we've pretty much ousted in the community as being fraudulent as help. And then knowing that those people are aligned up together really kind of changes your opinion about how you see certain people. But that's neither here nor there for me. I'm just here to collect information on what's happening on a daily basis, and that's why I don't usually talk about that stuff. I leave that up for other people to bring up. I don't want to get into the drama. I don't care about it. I got enough. What do you think, huh? See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Американская фирма Transceptor Technology приступила к производству компьютеров «Персональный спутник».
Attack, front to back, in this thing called rap. Feel like a double rhyme double on a heavenly level. Bang the bass, turn up the treble. Blast on my day and night all the time. 714, wise the mind. Maniac, radiac, winning the game. I'm the lyrical Jesse James. Attack, and you don't want that.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. That was way better than my first run through this morning, guys. It's Max Payne's rules, but it is our 2-year anniversary. For those of you who got in on the 27th, that is when they took the buy button away from us. I think it was the 27th. It may have been the 26th, but the 27th is the date that I remember. So, and I think a lot of people remember the 27th. It's kind of the day that really kind of stood out in my mind more than any. And so I'm calling it the 2-year anniversary. But Max Payne does seem to rule ever since November. Actually, it was really January of 2022. It was in November that we saw a bunch of different changes in positions that led me to believe that long institutions started controlling price. And in order for them to make the most amount of money, they needed to be able to lend their shares and then also take positions in the derivatives that would allow them to collect as much money as possible in the marketplace. In order to do that, what they needed to do is control price to Max Payne, and we have seen over a year's worth of data now that supports the idea that Max Payne has been the heavy setter point to where price tends to move towards. Every time we see the amount of options that are expiring for the week really, really low, we see price run. Why? Because they know that there's going to be a ton of FOMO coming in and people are going to dump money into the derivatives, and then they just basically trade everything through the off exchange until they get the price right back down again and get all those FOMO positions that are created to expire out of the money and collect on the premiums. So it's kind of one of those things where it's, and I've been trying to tell people for a long time that meme stock options trading is kind of it's a rough thing to be going for. If you're not winning at like 80% of the time, you probably should stick out of it. It's not for the faint of heart, and it can be kind of difficult to make money there. So be really, really careful, guys, when you're deciding to take on a call position or a put position. Like, just be very, very careful and know who controls price, because if you follow the money, then you understand who's controlling it. Let's see. Good morning to everybody that's here today. It's good to see you. Let's see here. So if they do that, then does it matter? It depends on what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by that as far as does it matter. Oh, I Got the Power song. Yeah, Pam, it's pretty good. I remember it from way back in the day. I feel like I like it more now than I did way back in the day. I feel like they used to play it like way too often, and it was like it kind of words. Oh, are you leaving? You out of here? Hunter's leaving. I love you, bud. Have a great day at school. Thank you. Be excellent. All right. Let's see. Deborah's saying, screw those greasy hedgies, eat poo. Start flinging it. Fling it at them. Just throw it, chuck it at them. Oh, man. Gotta love our crown eating sessions every single day, right? Today, so far, looks like very, very little volume. Super, super low amounts of volume. I would not expect anything less than that, though. I mean, it did look like in pre-market that today was going to be one of those really low volume days today. For example, yesterday we saw about 10.6 million shares in volume traded on Ape. I think there's a good chance that it might even be less than that today. Excuse me. And then on AMC, yesterday's volume, total volume for the day was 21.4 million shares. So we have decreasing volume yet again. And I think today could even be lower. I think today might see, I don't know, potentially maybe somewhere around. I think 19 to 20 would probably be accurate. Maybe even a little bit less than 19. It could be 18. 18 to 20, I guess. That might be a fair estimate. But my pre-market prediction was 10 to 30 million. So we'll see if we end up hitting that. Pam, have a great work day today. Take care and sell some homes. I should be asking. I should be asking Pam, how's that? How is the housing market going right now? Or is it a buyer's market, a seller's market? What's going on? We should be asking her questions. I don't ever really ask her too much, but I am kind of curious how the market's looking out there in California. HR 33 says, "Good morning, Casey and everyone. Just finished watching Stock Retail. Thanks, Casey, and whoever brought it up this morning. Really puts the pieces together. Thanks again. You're welcome." Again, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand our history and why people say the things that they're saying in our community, and knowing who they stand behind and what groups they are part of, and understanding perhaps maybe why it is the messages that they're sending out to the general public. Jabib says, "Hey Hunter, have a pizza delivered for fifth period." I should do that for him, Jabibs. I should surprise him with a pizza delivery one day. I have never done that. I never thought about doing that before, but I should send him like a full pizza for like him and his. Knowing kids in high school, I should send like 2 or 3 pizzas. He'll be the popular guy for his senior year in high school. He's a senior. I can't believe it. I can't believe he's a senior this year. They grow up so fast, guys. If you got any kids that are younger than high school or high school at all, like hug them every day. They grow up way faster than they should. It just the time really flies by quickly. The closer they get to graduating. Curtis says, with low volume, it wouldn't surprise me to see SSR trip. If we did trip SSR today, Curtis, I would think that there would be a very large bounce off of that bottom and likely close us up higher than where we started the day out at. That would be my suggestion is if we do see that happen, I would put money down on it saying that if we trip SSR today, it will bounce off of that thing like a mofo. It'll just bounce off that thing like crazy. Blarkey says after squeezed by his whole class pizza. I think I could afford that. That would probably be fun. Maccabee says house values are dropping at the same time as rates are going up. That's got to be lovely to watch as a homeowner. By purchasing large orders on the market to prop up price, FTT served as collateral for undisclosed loans by FTX of its customers' assets to Alameda, owned by Wang and Bankman-Fried. Is this breaking news? We have had 2 tests. No, more than 2 tests. We've had 3 tests since 9:09 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. We've had 3 tests of exactly the 20% point down from our most recent high of let's see here, 655, which is that 524 number is exactly 20% down from our last high. It's crazy how precise it is that they're hitting that exact number. In a parallel action, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York announced charges against Ellison and Wang. They're charging Wang. Wow. Almeida lady got arrested too with Wang, but everyone looking at SBF. Stephen Weeks says, I'm a realtor. Feel free to ask me anything. Anybody who is a realtor, feel free to speak up. Tell us. Tell us how's the housing market. I mean, I hate to ask you what part of the nation you're in because I don't want you to divulge too much information about yourself that you don't feel comfortable divulging. So please don't say anything that you're not comfortable releasing. But you could say, maybe Northwest or South or, wherever you could kind of give like a generalized area and just say like, home prices here are doing this and it's a buyer's or seller's market. And what are you saying? But Stephen Weeks says prices are falling, but interest rates are rising, so the price is basically remaining the same. Currently, the housing market has been overinflated because of tokenized mortgages. That's a new one. I haven't heard of tokenized mortgages. That's that's new. I haven't heard. Can you, Stephen? If I give you access to posting a link, can you link me to like an article that talks about that or something? Because I have not. This is the first I've heard of tokenized mortgages. I have not heard of that. And forgive me for not knowing, but I'm not keeping up to date on um, tokenized mortgages. It's really weird. Mike's 39 says, I'm not a realtor, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Ooh, let me look up if see if I've played Wang Chung. I'm pretty sure I played Wang Chung before. Let me just check and see, but I'm almost positive I've played Wang Chung. If that's the case, uh, if I haven't, maybe I play that next week. I have played it. It's almost worth playing though. it's almost it's almost worth playing again. Glenn C says, really, I would think realtors would want everyone to know who they are. Well, I mean, the thing is that some people are, if you view this as owning a lottery ticket, you may not want everybody to know who you are after your lottery ticket prints. So there is that too. UPS delivery guy says, I am in the market to purchase a car for my daughter. Do people use Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, or something else? 10K budget. That's a great question. I don't know the answer to, and I know that the used, well, it used to be. I don't know if it is still currently, but the used car market was really raging for a while. Super super hot. I'm not sure if it still is or not, but I would imagine that it is. A lot of the reason for that was semiconductor parts for new cars was kind of getting scarce, and so a lot of new production cars were either being overpriced or not as many cars on the lot, so people were moving towards used cars and also cars that got maybe I don't know. I think people are just looking for like budget cars, and so the used market for cars just really shot up quite a bit. But for in regards to where you would look to find one, man, I haven't bought. Um, I haven't purchased recently, so I'm not sure. Bird Eye says it's the SEC court info confirmed waiting on charges. Why SBF only responsible for 2.9 billion when 36 billion was lost. Arby says they just extended the rent moratorium in California. Maccabee says I work in mortgage financing and we don't work with tokenized mortgages. First time hearing it too. Yeah, I've never heard of that. It's that would be a brand new one for me to hear about. I haven't. That's news to me. If we trip, Stephen Week says, if we trip SSR, I'm putting every penny that's currently in my checking account into $6 calls. Be careful, man. Be careful. Like I said, just be careful. It's your hard-earned money, man. Don't invest more than you can afford to. What do I have for the saying up here for the rules? Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Ray says, I sold the truck on Facebook Marketplace. It went fast. I tried listing my Challenger on Facebook Marketplace back when I was trying to sell it, a few years back, and the only people that I ever got for calls were either people who wanted to they wanted me to act like they wanted to pay me their the payments for the vehicle. They wanted to pay me payments for the vehicle, and I was like, I'm not giving you my car and then acting like a loaning agency for my vehicle. I'm sorry, but you gotta pay the cash up front or get your own loan from a bank or something, because I'm not a bank. So many people wanting to do that. They're like, can I just make payments to you? I was like, no. Italian Tomato says, I know a realtor housing holding its value with demand slightly down here in northern Florida. Housing holding its value with demand slightly down. Okay. Max paying for the day-to-day savvy is $550. My biggest fan says, sell your house yourself. Why give someone thousands of dollars for nothing? Home buyer can still get an inspection and evaluation on their home. Then go to land title lawyer. Simple. So I actually did that for my very first house that I ever owned. My biggest fan. I sold it on my own. After having gone through the experience, I learned a couple things that I think I probably would do differently. But found that I would probably rather go with a broker every time, or not a broker, but a realtor every time afterwards. Just because there were a few things that kind of were headaches in the process. But I'll tell you what, though, it does save you some money. But I don't know. It depends on whether you think a couple $1,000s is worth. I mean, it depends, of course, on your home price, but back then it would save me like $3,000 or $4,000. I think it was what it was that it saved me, and I don't know that it was entirely worth the headache. That $3,000 or $4,000, I don't. Yeah, I just don't know if it was worth the headache. And oftentimes the buying agent will try to take the full 6% cut. So normally they take 6% and they divvy up 3% to one and 3% to the other for the buyer and the seller realtor. And so what ends up happening a lot of times when you try to sell the house on your own is that the buyer agent tries to take their full cut of 6% and walk away with it, which didn't happen to me, but they tried to. They tried to get there. And the reason that they tried to get there is because they were claiming that they were having to do the paperwork, and so they wanted to take the full 6%. 10Ds plus plus says sold and financed a trailer park. Spent good money on a strong contract, well protected. Stephen Week says, I'm in Texas currently. The supply of homes has far surpassed the demand, and prices are starting to crash. Although current prices that are crashing are wildly inflated by tokenizing mortgages. Wow, that's the first I've heard of that. Banks will bundle mortgages, divide them by 10,000, and sell them as securities. Donna Mingy, I'm not sure how to say it, says, anyone see Cat Striker's tweet regarding Citadel found guilty of disrupting the market in Korea? I did see that. Steven says, tokenized, it might be the wrong word, but basically they sell one single home to 1,000 people, which artificially inflates the price of that single home. They do this across the board. So basically they're taking a mortgage-backed security and maybe tokenizing the mortgage-backed security. Is that maybe what they're doing? Mr. Vado Loco says, I think tokenized houses has been going on for the last 2 years, I think. Wow, this is new news to me. I hadn't heard about it. Did you see the Project Verity's video of the executive from? No, somebody told me about it earlier this morning, and I think I have seen the video, but I'm not positive if it's the same one or not. It's like an undercover video of the dude, and he's like on a date with somebody. I don't know who he's on a date with, and he's like basically like spilling the beans. Roaster guy says if tokenized mortgages is real, this is going to be 10 times worse than 2008. I don't know, man. I don't know if this is real or not. Hold on a second. Let me do a little research here. I'm going to look up tokenized mortgages and see what I can find on it real quick. How to tokenize real estate. Wow. Um, wonder if I could check this out on Chat GPT. See what it tells me about tokenized. Because if this is older, hold on a second here. Let's see what we can get. Um, Holy moly, man. My internet is just so bad today. So I asked ChatGPT what a tokenized mortgage is. It says tokenized mortgages are a form of digital asset that represents ownership in a mortgage loan. These assets are created by tokenizing the cash flows associated with the mortgage loan, allowing them to be traded on blockchain-based platforms. Tokenized mortgages can be bought and sold like other securities and can be used to raise capital for mortgage lending. They are still a relatively new concept, and their use is not yet widely adopted. Now, do note that ChatGPT only has information from 2021 or before, or up to 2021, which means that it may have been a new thing back in 2020, but apparently it's more of a thing now than ever. Now I'm looking at a Think Realty website here called thinkrealty.com. And it says this article is written 3rd of May of 2022, so just about a little over half a year ago. The traditional mortgage industry, with its high cost entry and illiquidity, is discouraging to smaller players trying to break into the market. However, with the introduction of blockchain technology, tokenization is poised to revolutionize how mortgages work by improving liquidity and transparency of these assets. Dude, it's like the exact opposite of that. It's like it's creating less transparency while creating the opportunities that investors are looking for. On that note, let's take a look at the role tokenization plays in streamlining the mortgage process. What the hell? They're tokenizing. Oh my gosh. Oh man, this is not good. Tokenizing mortgages. Oh my gosh, this may actually kind of explain a lot of what's going on right now. Then, what is tokenization? Tokenization simply involves establishing a virtual token that represents the ownership of an asset. It is essentially the act of digitizing ownership through the use of blockchain technology backed by smart contracts. Tokenization makes ownership of assets highly flexible by breaking it down into smaller transferable units that can be traded on the blockchain. This creates transparency as all transactions done on blockchain are recorded and can be viewed by anyone. Tokens serve as proof of ownership as an asset and entitlement to interest and profits accruing from a working at. Oh my gosh. With the whole FTX blow up, this market is doomed. This market is so doomed. I had no idea. Wow. I had no idea that this was happening. The mortgage industry, consisting of lenders like SoFi, provides home loans to individuals looking to purchase new properties. It is one of the largest financial industries, but is difficult to break into because of high stakes involved. The mortgage industry is still mainly controlled by big firms and investors, and there's little to no room for any new players. This is because the mortgage industry requires a considerable amount of capital to get started. However, with the introduction of tokenization, a solution has arisen to the challenges of facing the traditional mortgage process. Tokenization offers a solution to the heavy costs that serves to bar entry into the market. These costs are removed as mortgages assets can now be broken down into smaller transferable units. So instead of having to own the entirety of a mortgage loan, individuals and companies can now own tokens that serve to represent their ownership stake in the mortgage, entitling them to any interest or profits accruing from the loan. This also introduces liquidity to the mortgage industry as tokens can easily be traded on the blockchain. For instance, if you have 50% of ownership in a mortgage loan in form of tokens, you need to get liquid quickly. Oh, and you need to get liquid quickly. Instead of searching for a big lender to buy you out of your position, you can sell your tokens to multiple individuals, thus reducing your ownership stake and getting the cash you need without completely letting go of your entire position. Oh my gosh. This has got to stop. Advantages of tokenization in the mortgage process. One of the roles taken play in the mortgage process is reducing the high processing costs and time. Since information is permanently on the blockchain, tokenization eradicates the element of the middleman, reducing how much money and time you would spend during these processes. Tokenization creates faster loan approvals since documentation is safe, secure in the blockchain. Yeah. Oh, okay. The blockchain and smart contracts allow redundant or time-consuming tasks such as compliance checks, listing of verified investors, and sharing of dividends to become automated, saving time in the mortgage process. You know, all the checks and balances that you need to have in a stable market. What the hell? What is going on with this? We live in a clown world, guys. This is so insane. Tokenization of the mortgage process also provides end users with lower rates due to large amounts of investors and the liquidity in token assets. This provides more flexibility regarding loan terms, such as payment structure. There's also a reduction in fraudulent dealings with mortgage contracts since why is nobody talking about this? Why is nobody talking about, like, this is like a dirty little secret or something that nobody wants anybody to know about? There's also a reduction in the fraudulent dealings with mortgage contracts since information on the blockchain cannot be changed or manipulated. And we just saw FTX go belly up. So you tell me. Is it safe? Is it not safe? It's the wild, wild west. I've said it many times before. It's the wild, wild west out there when it comes to cryptocurrencies. It's nothing safe out there. For many experts in the real estate and mortgage industry, tokenization is a bright future to look ahead. The world of real estate could see a massive shift and more extensive inclusion with the possibilities of fractional ownership and liquid assets and tokens. Holy crap. ABC says, why is it every time I hear the word liquidity, I cringe? I know, man. Like, because the idea of just creating liquidity out of nothing is the problem, right? That's why you're cringing. It's because every time we hear somebody's creating liquidity, it's the creation of liquidity that's the problem here, right? That's where all of our inflation comes from, is the creation of liquidity. The more you print, the more problem you have. And so you have this like you have this ever expanding bubble that when it pops is massive. Our 2008 problem didn't go away, guys. It just got buried. The bubble from this next pop, it ain't gonna look as pretty as 2008, that's for sure. I'm convinced now. I'm convinced now that this is gonna be far worse than I could have. Oh man. Wow. Uh It doesn't. No, no, no. It doesn't matter though. I understand blockchain is different than the exchanges, but the problem is that it doesn't matter if you know whose hands they're going through. If the exchanges aren't trading it appropriately, then it doesn't matter. Blockchain doesn't really matter whatsoever. Sure, you can know whose hands it passed through, but is it backed by anything? Right? It's the exchanges that are supporting the backing of the positions. If they're creating the tokenized units to be exchanged traded, then who cares if you know whose hands it goes through? That makes no difference. It's the validity on whether or not it's backed by anything. And if it's not, if it's just thinly backed off of some guy who says that it's backed off of something that he purchased as an asset and it has no checks or balances, then you've got nothing. You're buying thin air. That's what you're buying. You're buying completely just thin air. You're buying the idea that there's something there and it's not even there. Yeah, Stephen Weeks, I know it doesn't have access to it. I had that debate with my son last night. I kept trying to tell him, I'm like, you don't understand. It's writing stuff about the future that it doesn't even know about. I was trying to argue because we were having this debate back and forth about whether or not it was because those articles that I had it right yesterday, it has no information regarding what's happening currently. Like it doesn't have any way to know what's currently happening prior to 2021. And so for the to write such accurate articles almost as like it's predicting the future that we're living right now, which is really weird. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, we need to do numbers. You're right. MCOT, it's not that we're screwed. This whole market's screwed is what it is. The whole market is screwed. It's way worse than I would have even thought. I thought it was only securities that were being block traded or not block traded traded through these crypto exchanges. I had and being tokenized. I had no idea that it was mortgage-backed securities that are being tokenized as well. I had no clue. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, if you're gonna do it for one thing, why not do it for everything? How do we protect ourselves? It's we're past that. We're absolutely past that. There is no we're well beyond that, Savvy. Well beyond that. There is when it decides to pop, it's done. It's just I mean, it's gonna they're gonna have to do something. They're gonna have to print more money, or I don't know. Maybe that's why they want to take us over to CBDC. Digitize currency so they can continue to just keep on creating more liquidity, more and more and more, and just devalue the dollar. I don't know. I really don't know what the answer is. How do you protect yourself against something like this? I have no clue. Own everything outright. That's how. Everything that you own it outright. If you don't cash is it's not even gold. Buying everything outright and having it in your name and not owing anybody for anything is going to be the way to protect yourself. Yeah, well, COVID was 2019 Pro Jeweler. and 2020. All right, here we go. Let's get into these numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys. Remember, I'm not gonna. First off, remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. But I'm sorry, my head's still swimming right now just thinking about all this. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it because if there's some sense of security out there to protect yourself. That may be one of them. I don't know. It's not. We live in a clown state. But yeah, if you want to protect yourself, maybe a smidgen more, might want to sign up for two-factor authentication and get those codes sent to you. Check it out, see if it's something you like. If you, I don't even know why I'm saying this stuff right now. When you set it up, make sure you have a secondary device in case you drop your phone in the toilet or something like that, and you can get your code to still be able to log into your account. Also, start taking pictures daily of your portfolio because it's probably a good idea to know that know what it is that you have compared to what you're being told you have. And if you're not going to take pictures daily, do it at least once a week. let's look into these numbers here. Let me write down real quick what Eric sent me for his price prediction. Price predictions for the day today. We have a four-way tie going into the day. This is just four apes trying to figure out which way the price is going to be moving on a daily basis. Don't take financial advice by this. This is not meant to be that at all. It's just us betting beers and ice cream on where we think price is going to move to. So four-way tie, the person with the closest average price to the closing for the day today will end up being the winner for the week and get a bonus tally point. I've got 582 to 882. Eric has 550 to 850. Apex has 587 to 887, and Einstein has 559 to 859. There is approximately a 37-cent spread between our price predictions. It is a narrow window. We're all in agreement that price is going to be fairly close to the same values, so that's kind of interesting. Short exempt volume for the day today is at 223.9 thousand shares for AMC. Ape is at 107.2. Did Roblox come in here and just throw in another? Roblox. Are you throwing in more ticker? Okay, Roblox. I'm telling you what, man. Next time I'm just gonna kick you out because I'm tired of I don't want to have to tell you again. So knock it off with the whole advertising other stocks in here because it doesn't happen. It doesn't fly. Sorry, guys. I had to address that. I could still see what was on the side. Utilization 100% utilization for AMC for the day today, and Ape is at 92%. A big, massive jump up on utilization due to the lending that occurred yesterday on Ape as they're getting ready to prepare for the 10 million failure to delivers for Ape that are coming up due by the end of the month here. Looking at day-over-day price yesterday, we had AMC down 0.94, Ape was up 2.29 for the day. Max pain for the day is at $5.50. Off exchange data, let's check it out here. By this time of the day, I would expect about 44% going through off exchange and somewhere between 10 and 11% going through CBOE EDGX, and for a combined amount of 54% in total. Off exchange is currently at 61.24%. EDGX is at about 11.57. Both of those are elevated for a grand total 72.81%, which is 18.81% higher than it should be by this time of the morning. CHX volume, nothing unusual going on right there at this time for AMC. On Ape, off exchange volume so far this morning, I almost coughed on this. 74.29% of our volume is going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.05. I almost choked on my spit. We're 82.34% of our volume going through those exchanges. That is 20. Is that right? 28.34% higher than where it should be by this time in the morning. That's a lot, guys. That is a lot of that's a lot of volume. That is, ooh, yeesh. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is at 0.25. Their 30-day average is 0.31. Oh yeah, on Ape there was nothing unusual on that one for volume on CHX, and CHX volume for HYMC is very normal. Taking a look at institutional ownership, an hour ago, or not an hour ago, but earlier this morning it was 139.127 million shares owned by institutions. No change in reporting since then. It is still the same. Taking a look at the most amount of volume so far this morning on call options, highest amount of volume for the day today is currently at a $5.50 strike. Go figure. That's where it was yesterday. There's currently 3.3 thousand contracts. That's actually very, very normal volume and what I would expect to see on a normal day. On the puts, a $5 strike is the highest amount of volume for puts. It's 1.1 thousand contracts. So not a whole lot of volume right now. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 before the day is over on AMC. Taking a look at, actually, I'm gonna give you a little music here while I throw some pages over. We'll try it. I'll try talking over the music today. So somebody tell me if you can hear me okay over this music. Is this too loud, or can you hear me over this? If you can't hear me over this, then I won't do it. But let me try it once to see if I can. We're gonna test this out and see if I can talk over the music. What? All right, I'll take that as a yes. You can hear me. Okay. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.07. We did not get the breakout that I thought we might see above the descending level of, well, actually we kind of did, but it was a little bit later than I anticipated, where my box was drawn and actually was right at market open. Too loud? All right, hold on a second. I'm going to lower it down just a tad bit here. There we go. Maybe that's a little bit better. So let's see here. We did have a little bit of a breakout on this descending level of resistance here, and you can see we held support at the $7 fib retracement that we got. And price broke out going up here just a tad bit, but it's kind of consolidating for the most part. Taking a look at Ortex data. So far for the day today, according to Ortex, we've had about 14,000 shares having been returned, which is not a whole heck of a lot. That's going to cause not really any change to our estimated short share interest, the free float, which is at 22.87. Cost to borrow min is at 248.52, average 285.59, and max at 327.96. Taking a look at what our numbers look like here all together. Man, this is so hard to talk over. Utilization at 100% utilization right now. Let's take a closer look at what happened here day over day on loan amount, though. Driving back up more, we had 1.4 million shares increased in on loan amounts from 182 million shares to 183.39 million shares. Day over day, Ortex is estimating that about 465,000 of that was in new short interest, which you can see through the estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 22.78 up to 22.87. On-loan average age per day, as a result, is slightly trending up from 91.06 to 91.32, which tells me that most of any return shares plus the 1.4 million wasn't enough to drive the on-loan average age per day down further, which could be the start of one of our 2 days of upwards momentum on that, which would start my timer for a price increase in the coming near future. Security lending volume, we're going to have to see that go up on Monday, though. I need 2 days of price moving upwards to say that that's the case. Security lending volume day over day decreased ever so slightly from 17.65 down to 16.65 million shares. And let's take a look at Ape. On Ape, so far this morning we have had about 103,000 shares having been borrowed so far. That's not really going to impact the estimated short share of the free float too much, but it's at 6.69%. Cost to borrow min at 7.26, cost to borrow average at 8.02, and max at 8.6. As we see this utilization get higher and higher, it's going to cause more pain in the market, with utilization currently sitting at a whopping, I mean, it just drove up massively overnight due to the loan shares from yesterday. But went from 85.1 utilization to 92. Big, huge jump, and that's because these on loan shares, 8.7 million shares loaned yesterday. So we increased on the on loan amount from 28.47 all the way up to 37.16 million shares. We know that we have failure to delivers coming in the amount of about 10 million shares here in the very near short-term future. That's why those shares were loaned. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float as well from 6.15 to 6.68. And the security lending volume day over day absolutely shot up because they did lend, and it went from 3.74 all the way up to 12.77 million shares in security lending volume for the day yesterday. Oh, and the by the way, the on loan average age per day did decrease like just drop like a rock. I mean, if you're taking on nearly a third or a quarter of all of your new loans in one single day, then this is going to drop pretty massively. So it went from on loan average day was 35.39 and dropped down to 24.83. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm not expecting AMC, Ape to, or maybe even GME. I haven't looked at GME's volume yet for the day, but I don't expect any of those to be on the list here. I'm pretty sure they're going to be trying to steer investors away from these three stocks as much as possible, as they're having to force borrow and buy shares at the market. So trigger price for SSR is at $4.75. Ape is at 1.611 to trip. Shares borrowed so far for the day today, I put in 50,000 shares. They haven't borrowed anything since earlier this morning. Last known fees amount were at 103.1. So far for the week ending here, we have 140.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 12.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 45.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 31.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down, or sorry, up 0.4. Dow Jones is up 0.17, and the S&P 500 is up 0.18. We have 3,694 advancers to 2,900 or 691 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. We have, let's see here. Ethereum Classic is showing up down 1.08%. Come on, computer. You can do it. Oof. All right, there we go. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing up 0.09. WTI, or oil, is currently showing that is down 0.31. Mortgage-backed securities down 0.16 or down 0.14. Take your pick, depending on if you're looking at BlackRock's or Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities. And the SPY is up 0.12. VIX is currently down 2.83. VB is up 0.17. VBR is up 0.12. Tesla's up 2.67. Amazon is up 2.31. Cinemark is down 2.18. Doge is down 0.58. Bitcoin is up 0.24. GME is down 1.5. HYMC is down 4.12. Hood is up 1.5. CS is down 1.51. NCMI is up 7.14. Ape is down 1.96 and AMC is down 2.37. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's about 160,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.34 million shares traded so far for the day today after 56 minutes of trading. It's very low volume, putting us on a pace for 23.3 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares it looks like we're going to hit that pace at this rate. Looking at the 4-hour chart here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.71, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 33.3, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple divergences over the last, I guess, couple hours here. RSI is currently at 33.08, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.79, signaling oversold. On Ape, there is approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today, with 3.01 million shares traded so far after 57 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million, but would likely be less than yesterday's volume. I think that will be the case. On a 4-hour time interval here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.98, which is just slightly above average. There was a crossover in the last 8 hours of the Vortex indicator. On the 1-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.46, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.52, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's a divergence within the last 15 minutes in the Vortex indicator with more selling pressure than buying pressure and RSI at 49.1, which is average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On the 1 hour for Ichimoto, price is barely trying to keep its head above the red cloud that we're already up above right now. Conversion and base are the exact same number, and lagging line is just barely over price line right now. So we're kind of at that like very crucial moment here as to whether or not price is going to continue to run. One of the numbers we're going to have to maintain or stay above to see continued upwards price movement is going to have to be $1.80. If we can't stay above $1.80, then we may see price either trading sideways or moving slightly down through the day, leading into next Monday, which is more than likely going to add negative buying pressure to Ape. Looking at the 4-hour chart here, we also have conversion above base, lagging above price line, but the price is underneath the conversion line. Which is not a sign of strength. Again, we would need to see something above $1.90 to really get this start pushing on a 4-hour chart. On AMC, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. To get a good push today, we would need to see price break above the cloud, which would be $5.60. I'm kind of expecting maybe price to close really close to $5.50, even though we are at $5.19 currently. And then on a 4-hour chart here, we've got lagging line is below price line, conversion below base, and price is inside of a green cloud. Price does like to break down below green clouds and rise up through red clouds. We are breaking through that cloud on a 4-hour. The bottom side of this cloud would be $5.16, which we're just barely staying above right now. The big push that we would end up needing to see in order to get this to turn into a buy signal would be pushing above 581. To get the conversion above the base and the lagging line above price line. So we would have a lot of work to get there, especially with us being inside of a green cloud for the day. But it's not that it can't happen; it's just more rare. It's less often that you see price moving upwards through green clouds. And let's see here. I think that's it. I'm looking more at a combined price for the spring, Stephen. And so if I take you over to this other page here, I think you're going to see that I'm not looking for the spring off of 516 necessarily. I mean, not the big one. I'm talking about I think you may be talking about the double bottom that we had down here from before, right here. But I'm looking more for us to be hitting this purple box that I got down here. I think our double bottom from let's see, a little ways back is kind of in that range, and I think that's where we're heading towards, right? So here's that bottom, here's that support line that we've got kind of trending upwards, and right here kind of trending through the purple box I've got written in here. But I'm expecting to see this drive back down into this purple box at some point, the combined price, and that would be somewhere around 663 or lower, um, combined price. But I do think we need to see that at least hit the purple box at some point before we can get a big bounce off that. That would be the spring. David Cobb says the other butt cheek is being formed. That's right. Got to get that nice double bottom or George W. I like the George W. It's kind of fun saying George W. Or we could just call it the double bubble. Let's see. Left Wing Mecca says everyone on my Facebook neighbors page are really pissed about high gas heating bills. People are hurting. We had something really interesting happen here, Left Wing Wacko. A lot of people in our neighborhood started reporting higher, strangely abnormal higher bills popping up out of nowhere. My wife got our bill and saw that it was extremely high compared to what we've seen from the past. So we called them up because it was almost like it was a double bill. And so she called them up, and they said, okay, well, we need you to take a picture of your meter. So we went out there and we took a picture of the meter, sent it back to them, and they dropped the price to like $20 higher than what we normally have. Which, we have been using gas a little bit more, but not nearly as much as they were charging us. So I don't know what's going on out there. I don't know if they just stopped reading. I don't know where you're at. I don't even want to assume that you're in even a close place to where I am, but a lot of people in our neighborhood are seeing the exact same thing with really huge high bills right now for gas, and nobody understands why. And it's like it's almost as if they just decided to just randomly just charge people more than they should have, and I don't know what's up with that, but it's not good. Point Break Thor says, I was given a quote yesterday for a new transmission for a 2016 Sentra SR of 6,000. Wow. I feel like for like maybe I feel like for a couple more grand, maybe you could just buy yourself like another used one. Oh wait, you said 2016. Maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. I take that back. Glenn says, I got a friend in the Netherlands. If they didn't have a wood burning stove, their gas bill would be 1,400 USD per month. Wow. Gary says, in California, the gas bill doubled because they're sending our gas to Ensenada on the other side of the border. Wow. $570. Whoa. That's for your gas bill? That's insane. That has to be electricity too. There's no way. Gas and electric. That is gas and electric. GE, PGE. Yeah, yeah, that's gas and electric. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, gas and you're getting charged 570. I'm like, that's nuts. That's almost like four times the amount that we're paying over here. Tom D says that will be something if they tokenize the U.S. national debt. Yeah, but Maggie, I mean, our bill's so regular, for them to estimate it to the point to where it would be almost a double bill instead of I mean, that's a little too much. I get it. I know that they don't always meter read and that they do guesstimates on it, and then you get, corrections when they actually do come and read the meter. But to guesstimate twice the amount that we normally pay seems a little odd. Stephen Week says, fun fact, $60 in propane can heat the average three-bedroom home during winter months. Wow. That's an 1,800 square foot home. Seems like a lot, Jenna. GSR, good morning to you. Quite a lot of activity over here in price on Ape. I mean, we were all the way up to 183, fell all the way down to 175, and we're back to the simple moving average at 179. We're just now breaking 180. The two numbers that I got written down on my board here are 180 and 190 for the day as big buy pressure points. If we can keep it above 180, we should see some additional buying pressure on Ape. So hopefully we can break through that and hold it there for extended period of time, like an hour. Gary says my gas bill doubled at least, and also all my friends. Go have them look at your meter reader. It's kind of weird. It's almost like we're nationwide. We're getting like everybody's getting their estimates wrong or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Rune Roast says, I'm from Estonia. My gas bill alone is 1,400 a month. Electricity is 400 on top. 18. How can you afford that? Rune Roast, I don't even know. I don't even know how you can afford that. That's nuts. That's like that's a house payment here. It's a house payment. That's more than rent most places. That's insane. Yeah, Yukon, I want to see a break above 190 and hold, because if possible, that could turn into a pretty hefty buying signal for Ape. Most of the U.S. national debt is owed to American citizens and China, so unless China invades and divides our nation's resources amongst all of the people, the national debt will never be repaid. I want to say our gas bill was 160 or something like that. I think it was 160 for our gas. I haven't looked at electric yet, but the crazy part is that here where I live in Texas, we have it's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a free market on energy over here where I live in Texas, and so you can choose who you want to deliver your electricity or who you want to buy your electricity from, which means that I get to allow the different energy providers the ability to compete for my price that I get per kilojoule per hour, or whatever it is that however they measure it. And so I normally will renegotiate once every year or every other year, and just to try and get some kind of better price. And it's right now the prices are so far through the roof that my negotiated contract defaults to a higher value than what I normally negotiate, which is usually like 7 or 8 cents per kilojoule watt hour per hour. And so I think it defaults up to about 12 cents when the contract expires. But the problem that I'm having right now is that I called them up to try and renegotiate to see if I could get a better price. And right now, even the 12 cents or double the amount per kilo, their current contracts are basically like way higher. They're like in the 20 cents range. And I can't even negotiate. Like the current price that I have, the elevated price that I have in my current contract is so much cheaper than everything else that I'm actually doing really well where I'm at, even though it's double. Meep says in New Hampshire it went up to 30. Wow. Are Ape buy orders normally this high? I would say they look pretty normal to me. Oh, you said Ape. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm looking at AMC. Hold on. Um, nope. Those are definitely high. There's a lot of high buy orders in there. I would say they are usually high, but not this high. They're definitely high right now. Perverted at best says how high can Ape go? I don't. There is no limitations, man. There's there's nothing stopping this thing. Donna says 682 to fill my propane. 682? What? Come on. $682 to fill your Oh, wait. Okay, you're talking about one of those big, massive propane tanks. I know what you're talking about. You don't understand, Donna. I'm over here sitting here thinking about like the barbecue grill. And I'm sitting here going like $682. I'd never barbecue again. There's no way I could afford that. Yeah, 682 for one of those big tanks though. That seems pretty reasonable, I think. I mean, I don't know. I've never actually owned one of those. But that seems like it might be reasonable. I went to a funny story. I went to a friend's house here in Texas. Uh, First couple of years I moved here, and a lot of people here in Texas, depending on where you live, can do fireworks. Well, they do them anyways, but yeah, I went out to the country to where he lived, where his mother lived, and she lives in a mobile, and she's got one of those really big propane tanks like you're talking about, um, and sitting in the back of her yard. And my buddy that I worked with, they were putting on a fireworks show, and invited tons of people to come out there because they have a lot of property. I mean, he walked out, I want to say maybe 100 yards away from her house, from the mobile, and was lighting the fireworks off there. And I don't remember exactly what happened. I think one of them may have fallen over or something happened. I don't remember exactly how it went down, but one of the fireworks fell over and shot right at the group of people who were standing outside the mobile home, and it literally deflected off of that propane tank, that was out there, and then shot up in the air and blew up, and not far away from where everybody was standing. And I mean, if there was ever one of those times where I was sitting there just kind of shaking my head afterwards, like that could have just been the end of every single one of us standing here. It was like one of those moments where I was like, can we just not do any of these? Can we be a little more safer with some of these fireworks, or and then he wanted at the very end he wanted to shoot some I think it's called thermite or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, and blow some stuff up. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to be a part of that. Ding Ding Dong Dong says, Casey, are you watching the protests outside the SEC building? They are doing a hell of a job. God bless them. I'm not watching it. Tannerite. Thanks. I couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, it's Tannerite. Yeah, I know, right, Greg? That's those were the images that were going through my head when that firework hit that tank and then deflected off of it. That's exactly what I was thinking too. It was a Final Destination moment. The the audible gasps of people around me was funny too. Everybody. The best part, I think, was that not a single one of us jumped when the firework exploded, probably not more than like 50 feet above us in the air. We were more watching the tank. Every single one of us were dead eyes locked on with that tank when it deflected off of it, and I don't think anybody's gaze went up to watch to see where the firework went, or were even caring about any of the shrapnel coming out of the firework. All we cared about was that tank. 40 pounds of tannerite? Oh my gosh. That sounds insane. There we go. We're getting some candlesticks here now on Ape. Look at that. 182.5. We're up 1.68% on Ape right now. AMC is currently at 513 and down 2.84%. Fly free, I think, I would imagine that Marine probably is. Some guys are wild. They would shoot a Panzer tank round if they could. Glenn, that's so true. It is very, very true. Let's see, is volume picking up on Ape? Volume doesn't seem to really be picking up a whole bunch right now. Blarky says, Casey, if Ape runs, you think AMC will too? It depends on the type of run. If are you talking like really large run, 20, $30 like in a day kind of thing? If that's the case, then yes. If that's not the case, then if you're thinking like a buck or something like that, maybe not so much. Magic Ape says, Casey, you may not want to speak on it. Interested to hear your thoughts on Occupy Wall Street going on right now. Massalorian is there along with Marine, and Donahue George seems pretty peaceful so far. Yeah, I don't have any comment. You talk with Tony Denaro. I think you meant Denaro. What do you think his position is on AMC as far as it's going to the moon? I don't I don't want to speak for Tony. I don't want to speak for Tony. I think that he should speak for himself. Um, I don't think that Tony views the marketplace as a going to the moon type deal. I think that Tony is more of a grounded, kind of institutional type trader, where he sticks to what he knows as far as being very good trading practices in the marketplace, and I don't think I don't necessarily believe that he's um, I don't think he views this as the same thing as what a lot of the people do. I think that's probably the best way that's my interpretation. But I think you should really just kind of go based off of what let Tony speak for himself. If you ask him, he'll tell you. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. You ask him. Ask him how he feels. He's not. I don't think he's. I don't think he wouldn't not tell you if you ask him. How do you define what going to the moon means? Like if you asked him that, I'm sure he would probably be very open and honest. Is the 100K order for 1 cent back? I would assume you're talking about Ape. Let me check and see. No. There's a 100 share order there. Oh yes, there is. Yeah, the 100,000 100 shares for 1 penny is there. Yes. We got about 6 minutes more left here, guys, before I take a look at the numbers again. Papa Max says, I heard Tony talk about the ranch he wants after the MOASS. Yukon says, so far for AMC, I'm showing CHX volume 6.41% of total volume, 275,000 volume for today. That's really, I mean, the total volume of 275,000 shares is not a whole lot, but the fact that it's already up 6.41% is pretty high. I'll take a look at that here in 4 minutes, but that's pretty high. That's pretty crazy. Ape is really struggling with that 180 number. Right now it's at 1.795, up 0.28%, and AMC is down at 513, down to 2.99%. Remtaco, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Volume, we need. Yes, we do need volume, but it's not volume that we create, though, right? So that volume will show up eventually. It's just it takes a matter of time. We should see volume coming in. I mean, usually you see the spring action from the decreasing of volume, and some of these numbers that we're hitting right now in volume are so low that the springing action of this volume like this is going to be huge. Preacher says, just bought one more Ape share, volume incoming. Congratulations on your new share. It's good to see you, Rem Taco. Full FOMO. Full FOMO. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.94. Hey, all right. That's awesome. Congratulations on the new job. Hey, Japan Ape, just so you're aware, because it sounds like you might be new to the channel, but around here we all own 10 shares. No more, no less. I don't really like people telling how much they're buying or anything like that. I just or how much they own. Those are kind of things. We just all own 10. So that's him basically stating that he bought more. Sam says Tony D doesn't believe in MOASS. Only the good old fashioned short squeeze. Glenn C says you're only allowed to buy 10 shares. Look, everybody else is jumping in on the whole 10 thing. What time are we having drinks today? Promise my little one a drive-in a bit. I always do drinks at an hour before market close. There you go, Japan Ape. 10 out of 10, AMC Ape 2. Just hope people know 100. Yeah, absolutely. No, I know what it is you're trying to say there. Uh, in all honesty, though, Japan Ape buying 100 shares at a time is still not necessarily going to make sure that it puts it onto a lit market. There's actually more steps that you have to take that are involved in buying shares lit market than just the 100. So do note that if there's really only that I know of, there's only 3 brokers out there that actually allow lit market trades to go through. Balarke, take care, man. Tom Carroll says we have touched or been over 188 times in the past 3 to 4 days. It's kind of the magic number right now, isn't it? Bird Eye says I'm about to buy another share. Bring me to 10. Some people say I just bought another share. I got 11 now. Some people are trying to break the mold on the 10. It is time to take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. So hold those thoughts and watch the advertisements come rolling through when I get back over as I leave. Because I know they're coming. Here we go. Let's start off with what we got going on here. Let me move a couple screens around real quick, and here comes. Roll the advertisements. Here they come. Watch for it. Mark my words. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 49% going through the off exchange on AMC and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. As of right now, off exchange is 57.78% and EDGX is at 10.85. The combined total in that 68.63%. That is 8.63% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. So volume off exchange and EDGX volume percentage-wise is dropping a little bit there. Do note, guys, CHX volume is really, really high in percentage. Our 30-day average is 1.1 right now, and we're currently at 5.66% of our current daily volume going through there. Now, that sounds like a lot, right? But it's really only 275,000 shares, which technically is really a lot because I consider anything over 500,000 to be significant. It's just that because we've had such little volume traded so far for the day-to-day, that percentage is much higher value. But that is, to me, that is a sign of closing of positions. On Ape, over here we've got off exchange at a 68.78%, and EDGX at 10.4 for a grand total of 79.2. That is nearly 20% higher. It's 19.22% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume non-existent. GME's CHX volume is underperforming, and HYMC underperforming the average 30-day average, and HYMC is underperforming the 30-day average as well. Looking at Ortex. Interesting. On Ortex data here, we've got borrowed change amount for the day-to-day it's been hardly anything, honestly. We had about 14,000 shares having been returned this morning. It's now 11,000 shares having been borrowed. These numbers are super low for the day-to-day. Short share interest of the free float's at 22.87%. Cost to borrow min is at 245.96, average 283.71, and max at 327.96. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 183.39 million shares on loan. That is 1.4 million shares more on loan today than yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 465,000 of that in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 103,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. No change, still the same. Leaving the short share interest of the free float at 6.69%, cost per min is at 7.26, average 8.02, and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 37.16 million shares. Day over day, that is an 8.7 million share increase on shares on loan, which is absolutely massive and is in my opinion, very obvious what that's for. It's for the failure to delivers that's going to occur later on next week. Taking a look at options. Options. On options, there is the highest amount of volume so far for the calls has been at a $5.50 strike. There was 3.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 5,000 contracts. On the puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there's 1.1 thousand contracts. There's now 2.1. The combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.94. You can see we've had kind of a little bit of what I would say is a double bottom, maybe even like a trend line might be forming here as well. We might be finding a little bit of support against a little bit of resistance, and those are kind of aligning up with a Fibonacci retracement that we have kind of going on here. So we could see a break coming in a little bit later this afternoon, and it's hard to say which direction it's going to go. Currently, we've got in this pattern here, we've kind of got like volume that's high, volume that's low. It's all over the place. It's hard to say which direction this is going to break on this one. Let me see what the regression channel looks like. It might break up. Oops. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are not on the list for most heavily traded stocks. SSR triggers at $4.75 for the day-to-day on AMC. Ape triggers at 1.611. Shares available to borrow, no change in the last hour. 103.1% for fees on the last shares that were borrowed. NASDAQ is currently up 0.1. Dow Jones is down 0.2. S&P 500 is down 0.16. We have 3,302 decliners to 3,096 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Ethereum Classic is down 1.28. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.31. Oil is currently showing down 2.46. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.07 to 0.09, and the SPY is currently showing down 0.2. VIX is down 1.07. VB is down 0.23. VBR is down 0.22. Tesla is up 4.7. Amazon is up 2.12. Cinemark down 3.1. Doge down 0.76. Bitcoin down 0.14. GME is down 2.5. HYMC is down 3.97. HOOD is up 1.5. CS is down 1.54. NCMI is up 2.75. Ape is up 0.28 at 179.5. And AMC is down 2.84 at 513. Inflow versus outflow for AMC's $900,000 roughly more inflow than outflow for the day today. 6.69 million shares traded after 99 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 26.35 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. Looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there is approximately more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.36, which is slightly below average. That's below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.1, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.6, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.47, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.7 million shares traded so far after 100 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's right in the wheelhouse of the 5 to 25 million that I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's been a divergence in the last 8 hours with more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI at 57.25, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.15, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.61, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.47, which is average. Let's see here. 1-minute interval. Kind of want to take a look at before I put the big tramp back up on the screen here. I kind of want to take a look at something on the trend that we're forming right now on Ape. Curious. Just throwing this out there as a point of reference. My suggested closing combined price of AMC and Ape was 732 by the end of the day. We're currently at 692, so I'm off by about 40 cents too high as of right now. If that were the case, did I have one of the higher numbers? No, Apex did. If that's the case, if we were to close like at this price right now, it means Eric would probably win the closest price prediction with 550 being the low, because he would have predicted 7 and he's only like 8 cents off of his target number. No, I'm still here. I just, well, I think I'm still here. I don't know. Maybe. Am I still here? What do you see? What is a short candle with super long wicks on both ends? It's a doji. It depends. Is the which one are you looking at? Yeah, Savvy says there was a weird was there a weird candle this morning around 8:50 this morning? It spiked up to 5:53. I had 5:52 as the number that I saw, but yeah, I did see it. And it's DOJI, just so you know. Glenn, is that up or down? That looks like it's up to me. Up a bit from yesterday. Sweet. Yale, it is very, very low. In fact, this morning, as an example, we had like, I want to say it was like 9,000 shares that were traded prior to the pokey stick of volume. And once the pokey stick of volume hit, we had like maybe like 30,000 shares on AMC traded. Normally, I mean, to give you an example of like how I kind of do or volume predictions for the day, 250,000 shares kind of equates to about a 50 million share trade a day. So, and that's 250,000 shares by our pokey stick of volume. If we only have 30,000 shares traded for the day, um, I mean that should kind of give you an idea as to how low the volume is going to be. It's going to be low. Yeah, that's right, Savvy. But somebody was asking me about what's a candle with really long wicks on both ends and like just a small, I think, small little portion in the middle. The candlestick that we had earlier this morning, I don't believe was a doji for this is not a doji. This one that we had at 8:48 Eastern Standard Time, that was not a doji, and I've got 552 on the height on this. This is something entirely different. This is So I'm gonna go back in the live stream and look at it a little bit later and see how many orders went actually through the order book, and I'm probably gonna pull it up on Fidelity as well and see what the actual time and sales looked like for that. But I did not see anything moving on the order book that would suggest that anything actually traded at this amount. So I'm gonna go back and look though later. I've already got it written down as homework for the weekend, so I will be taking a look at that. Let me check real quick and see if there's any AMC articles out today. Yahoo Finance has something from an hour ago saying meme stocks. I bought AMC thinking it would be next Tesla retail trader on 2-year anniversary of craze. 21 hours ago, AMC CEO Adam Aron touts vote of confidence in the company by its bank lenders, um, which I think was complete sarcasm. But let's see here. 5 hours ago, a collection of oh no, that's something else. Let's see here. Okay, nothing else showing up on popular news streams. Yeah, you're not gonna catch me there, Dana. Not gonna catch me there. I think everybody would be discouraged though if we always said 2 years cutty cut. The whole point of 2 weeks wasn't to discourage people; was supposed to, like get them to stop asking when moon, because it was like a very constant question. It was just kind of like, yeah, I mean, if I started saying 2 years, can you imagine the crap that would have? Can you imagine all the hate I would have gotten if I'd have said that? 2 weeks was risking it. Nate, the reason that it always goes hard down is because they want to discourage investors from being in their investment. So how like whenever you have a question like that, what I would ask yourself in your mind is just kind of think like, if I wanted to get somebody to sell out of their position, how would I most likely encourage that to be the case? And the answer to it is every time you see ripping things going out elsewhere, right? Or every time you see things happening one place, someplace else other than where it is as the investor is trading at, that you want them to not be in any longer, then what do? You make it go hard down when the market's going slightly down. You make it go very lightly up when the market's running, and that's truly and honestly the answer to your question because we don't control price. Savvy says, Casey, do you think the market halt stopped the wedge breakout? I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question, Savvy. Something happened there. There was some kind of correction or alteration that occurred at that point in time. It was very extremely suspect, right? I mean, we haven't seen anything like that before. So I don't know what happened. But I think we can all agree that something did happen there. No, not at all, Bird Eye. So if you go and look at their numbers, Bird Eye, what happened was is that all that shorting that occurred, the naked shorting that occurred over the time when the volume spiked up on that, that wasn't naked shorting that was happening prior. That was naked shorting that started happening because they knew the price was going to go back down, right? So again, always put yourself in the position of an institution. If institutions see price driving up on a position that they know is going to go back down in price, what do? They start buying shorts. So it started becoming naked shorted almost immediately on fake news that wasn't even supposed to push the price, and the price started going up because of FOMO and people just buying into it like crazy, and price started driving up massively, and then you had a bunch of naked shorts being created because they had to create liquidity in the marketplace, right? They needed transactions to go through. So now there's a bunch of naked short positions on that particular security, but only because they knew they were going to make a crap ton of money on the backside, right? So all you had there was just simply somebody suggesting that something was happening that wasn't happening until after the price started running. Maggie, for the very reasons that I'm telling you about what it is, that the organizations, those three different entities that have been trying, you need to go watch that video, Maggie, that I mentioned earlier this morning to understand what's happening. Until you understand why there's certain groups of people that are pushing certain things right now, you're not going to understand the history. Adam Aaron doesn't want to be a part of fake news. He wants to work on attacking short hedge fund positions the way that he wants to attack it, instead of trying to have to pay somebody to drum up fake information that doesn't even do anything, where they don't even have a track record of performance. That's why. Because you're being drawn in to believe a narrative that doesn't exist. That's why. Go watch the video that was put out by Stock Retail, and you'll understand what's going on here. You're being fed a news story that's not real. And if you didn't get it, let me post it up here. I'm actually going to link it to on the page here because I feel like I didn't give it enough justice, serve enough justice by linking it. I'm actually going to post it up to the top here and pin it up for everybody so you can see it. It's 29 minutes of your life that I think is worth watching, because if you don't know the history, then you think something's going on that's not going on. And you think that there's something that's happening here that's not true, and you don't understand the history, and you don't understand why things are happening the way that they're happening, and why people are saying what it is that they're saying. You just believing what it is that's being said because that's what's being fed to you, but you don't know the history. So I wouldn't blame you for that. I mean, you just don't know. You don't understand the background or the history of some of the individual players and the key speakers, and why it is that they're saying what it is they're saying. When you go watch that video that I just linked up there, that video is going to sit there, and your eyes are going to be opened into what's having happened here. People are trying to force Adam Aaron into doing things that is only going to hurt our position, and that's the real problem, Maggie. Is that because we're being fed lies to believe things that aren't true, we're people are trying to lead us into a trap. I'm upset because, Maggie, people keep bringing it up, and it's just like it's frustrating to me. Like, you spend so much time investigating things, but you don't actually know the history, and you don't investigate the right things. Like, I feel like you're not looking at the bigger picture, and you're not looking out, or you're not seeking out the real information, and you're just latching on to whatever the most current thing is that's happening, instead of knowing what your past is, knowing where this whole movement came from, and understanding the individuals who are in this race here to try and cause a company to fail versus succeeding, and supporting the people who are trying to help push this to elevate into a successful position versus a failing position. and you're not understanding the key players and understanding who to support and who not to support. And you're standing behind the people who are pushing products that are just like literally just like what do they call it? Snake oil. You're looking at what do they call those guys? The snake sale. What do they call those guys from way back in the day? The people selling something oil. I can't remember what it's called. I'm frustrated because people are latching on to the crap. Stop latching on to the crap. And snake oil salesman, thank you. Stop latching onto the crap and know your history. Go back and find out what actually happened along the process and know where you came from and understand why we're here where we're at. Look for the people who are the snake skin, or I keep saying it wrong, snake oil salesmen. You gotta understand what's been happening here. It's crazy because that's, as a community, like we are all at fault for jumping. Not just, I'm not just pointing at you, Maggie. I'm pointing at everybody, me included. We all jump onto like the first current story that's going on right now, and we can't stop ourselves from jumping onto the thing that's happening at that moment in time and not realizing that there's a bigger picture, and just simply latching onto it because it's the newest news. Ariel says, I suspect that the disinformation is created to divide and confuse, all part of the FUD. It is. It is. It's a lot of the. It is meant to divide the community, and I'm trying really hard to avoid saying things, and that's why I say no comment. Because I don't want to comment on it, because I know that if I say something beyond no comment, then it's just going to turn into something that divides the community, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the divider. I'd rather you guys make up your own choices and your own decisions and understanding what it is that you're involved in. And I don't want to have to sit here and walk you through it. You can do it on your own. You can understand all this information for yourself, and understand why things are happening the way they are. Dr. Zeno says 98% of what 95% of these YouTubers put out is crap. Bottom line is nothing happens until either a real legit catalyst happens, rumors don't qualify, or until AMC as a company has major money gains. It's true. It's very, very true. See, look at that. Another one. They're just going to they're going to keep popping up all day long. I guarantee you they will pop up all day long again to create more confusion and distrust and doubt in the community. I mean, I guarantee you they're just going to pop up all over the place. This is exactly what they're trying to do to us. I mean, Paulo, thank you for joining the channel. Never seen you before. Amazing for you to come in here and throw that in there real quick. Look at that. I'm gonna post this up here. I want you guys to see this. I want you to see and understand when you see this kind of stuff. I'm posting it in here. You can't get rid of this. AMC AM Paulo, whatever his name is, has this other stock ticker has engaged the service of Herrick Feinstein LLP to investigate potential illegal short selling of the company's stock. Why AMC Ape isn't doing the same? I am telling you guys, you have to understand when you see this kind of stuff like this, you got to understand there's a reason why this is being advertised to you. They are treating this like an advertise. They want you to feed into a narrative. They want you to push the idea that Adam Aaron isn't doing. Look at the article that I had Chat GPT write up, and it only has information to 2020. It doesn't even have any information that's happened after 2021. How do you discredit a stock? You discredit the CEO. If the CEO is trying to, how do you make a negative news story? It's crazy, guys. Don't fall for this stuff. Don't fall for this, because I'm telling you right now that that's what they want you to do. They want you to divide the community over the idea that there's people out there who are quote unquote trying to make a difference in short selling when they have no track records, zero track records on making any kind of headway in naked shorting. Zero, none at all. No track records at all. And they're trying to sell you on something. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated because it never was anything more than this. Never had to be anything more than buy and hold, and that's it. It never had to be anything more than that. And that's why I love this entire community from the get-go, because I was like, it doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be anything beyond buy and hold, and that's it. And that is the winning strategy. And yet everybody wants to try and turn it into something different. And it's like, well, then why? Why is it that they want to turn it into something? We've already seen buy and hold work before, not once, not twice, 3 times. And it makes I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated with seeing people fall for these stupid narratives. And it's just like, really? Like, are we going to stoop to those kind of levels? Do you not see how you're being advertised to? They're picking at us away, guys, one at a time. Pick, pick, pick. Pick, pick, pick. Little tiny, throw the little doubt here, little doubt there. Little tiny doubt over here. What about that? What about that Adam CEO Adam Aaron over there? Little picks. Pick here, pick it there. How come price isn't running up today? Why is pick, 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 pick. Pick, 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 pick. I'm telling you guys, just watch. Watch the narratives. Ask questions. Why? Why are you selling me something I don't need? Why are you telling me that it has to be like this? Why? Why is it that if I go march on Washington D.C. and protest, is that going to change anything? Why is it going to change anything? Where have we seen from the past protests do anything? Anything? What happened the last time they protested on Wall Street? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Pick, pick, pick. Pick, 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 pick. Yep, that was the last time, Glenn. That was the last time. We live in a different age and a different world now. It's just frustrating, Dana. It's just frustrating. Because I want to see us be successful, and I don't want to see us fall to prey to the people that are trying to tear us apart. Rich says, Casey, is 914 still relevant today in synthetic price failure, or was that just yesterday? 914, I don't have a 914 number. Okay, 514. Okay. Yeah, 514 synthetic price failure was on, we already triggered it on Ape. You know what? I just realized I don't have it on here. It already triggered a synthetic price failure, so 514 is kind of that number where if there's paper hands, like I said, they're going to test that number several times, and if there's paper hands, then they'll continue to drive it below 514. But we should see that number tested multiple times before we can see it rise up. You can see it was tested yesterday at the very end of the day, and then so far for the day today, we've had two, I would say, one quick test and one major test again today of that level of selling pressure. So that number continues to be the same thing. If the price drops below that, then I would guess more than likely we probably have had some people selling shares. Z Wade says, honestly, Casey, I wonder if we would have squeezed already if the buy and hold narrative wouldn't have been distracted by countless theories of how options will do this or sell to cause squeeze. Dude, You're so right about that. That's great, Paulo. Where have we seen you here before? I haven't seen you in here before, and yet you come in here and you start asking questions about like, why isn't AMC and Ape doing this too? Right? Why? Why? Why did you suddenly show up and start throwing narratives? Why are you advertising? Nick, I know, man. I know. Go watch that video that's linked up top, and it'll tell you where these people came from. I haven't seen you before, Paulo. Sorry, man. I just haven't seen you. And then when I do notice you, it's like, you're throwing out advertisements about why isn't our why you're throwing doubt at the CEO of the company that's trying to save AMC. So I ask you why. I don't care about how long you've been here for. I care more about why are you throwing doubt and fear and uncertainty in a time like this about the CEO. Gary says, Casey, do you know that you're basically the last of the Mohicans representing AMC? We love that's why you're getting all these strange people coming in. Some of them aren't strange though, Not all of them are strangers. Some of them are people that have been a part of our community for a long time. Yeah, Tom D says, Paulo, if you were here before, then you should know the rules about other stock tickers. Good point. Great point, Tom D. Dennis says, Casey, do you think there are billions of synthetics in AMC? Don't mean to. No, no, no. Dennis. Don't worry about it, man. I'll get over it. It's just, I'm a little upset about the whole thing, but don't worry. I can handle it. I can definitely take it, Dennis. But don't mean to frustrate you any. I have nothing but respect. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good here. It's just that I'm frustrated with the whole thing, but. In my opinion, Dennis, I think there's a great way that you can take a look to see how much potential synthetic positions may exist out there. At the last time that I calculated it out by my numbers, and this is by the way, this is middle of 2021. To my estimation that I could account for was 2.37 billion. Now I know that number sounds pretty low. I fully believe that it's much, much higher than that now. But the only number that I have that I can base on to some kind of assurance is that I think that I can say 2.37 billion at the very least. Because I want arguments to defend him personally trust our CEO. You want arguments to defend Adam Aaron. How about this, Paulo? Go out and research for me what any of those, the track record of any of those lawyers in discovering naked shorts and what they have produced for. I don't know if you know this or not, but lawyers actually have track records that you can look up to see on their cases. Why don't you go out there and do a little DD and find out? And let me know. Just let me know, Paulo. Come back and let me know what you find out on their track records, on their history of being able to find naked shorting in companies. Because if they quote unquote can do this or not, then they should have a track record of it. Because I mean, it happens all the time. We know it does, right? So if it's happening all the time, they should have a track record for how often they were able to discover it and what kind of results they were able to produce. I'd love to hear, because I haven't been able to find any. That's okay. We know what to do with you, Jimmy. Andrew, we know what to do with you. Food Dog says, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it, Food Dog. He's gone. He's gone. Not a big deal." And Paulo, look, I haven't gotten rid of you. I totally believe that you are who you say you are. And I don't feel like you've, tried to do it, come in here and dissuade anybody or anything like that. But and you might fully just be kind of latching on to, some of the things that are being said in the community to try and drive people to question things. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with questioning why things are going the way that they are. All I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage you to do some more research and finding out why you're asking those questions. What is it that makes you think that there's going to support behind any of the people who are suggesting that they can quote unquote find naked shorts have any kind of track record that's going to find anything? Uh, Papa Max says, "Didn't Wes Christensen successfully win a case?" Go find one, Papa. Go. That's a great question. Go find one and come back and let me know. I'd love to hear. I would love to hear. I've been searching for something that would tell me that with over 20 years of experience, that he would have some kind of case out there that would be massive, a massive case that would show me that, oh my gosh, this is a guy we should definitely hire to do something for us, because surely he has had some kind of track record over 20 years that would show me that he would have something that I would want to stand behind, right? At least one would be good for 20 years, I would think, right? Maybe. Maria says he is a gaslighter. He is. He really. I don't know if I would call him a gaslighter, Maria. What I would say is that he's more like what do they call those insurance guys? Not insurance, insurance lawyers who chase after car accidents. What do they call those guys? I don't know what they call him, but whatever they call him, that's what Wes is to naked shorting. Yeah, Savvy. Interesting question. Do a little bit of digging into that. West decided to disappear. Strangely enough, go watch that video that I linked up top. I think they talk about it a little bit in there. But West decided to disappear strangely when the GoFundMe money was funded, and then they never did anything. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Wes Christensen's has popped up. This is his third iteration into our community. His third iteration into our community. Ambulance chasers. Thank you, Jabibs. This is his third iteration into our storyline, and nothing's been successful so far. Nothing's been successful so far. He's the Better Call Saul of the stock market, Wes Christensen. Christian, sorry, I keep calling Christensen. I do it too. Jabib's Food Dog and Jabib's are arguing over who got the ambulance chasers first. All right, wait. I'm gonna go back up here. I'm gonna scroll back up. I'm gonna see who said it first on the ambulance chasers, and then I'll give a point to whoever said it first. Hold on a second. I gotta find it. Hold on. Let's see here. Ambulance chasers by Food Dog was first, and then myself says used car salesman. Man. Myself, I love you, man. No, full FOMO, full FOMO. Jabibs, you're getting a point, man, for making me laugh. Last of the Mohicans. I love that movie. That's a great movie, by the way. I hadn't thought about it before, but it's kind of interesting. Paula says, for example, on MarketWatch, I found Genius Group stock has soared since it announced it has hired former FBI official to investigate illegal trading in its stock. Okay. Uh, why did the price rise, though? Did the price rise because of that, or was there something else that happened at that time? Did they make, was the company selling anything at the time that may have made the price rise? Go look it up. Go look it up. It had nothing to do. The price didn't move because of the announcement. The price moved because they were selling shares in the marketplace. That's why. They were trying to get the market to pump on their stock. They're absolutely getting, and quite frankly, I fear for that CEO of that company. When the SEC gets a hold of that entire thing and they figure out what's happened, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, because that shouldn't have happened. What went down? You really need to go investigate it a little bit and find out why price rose. There was no naked shorting going on with that stock. Um, it's crazy. Everything that happened with price on that had nothing to do with naked shorting or any kind of short interest that was stacked up on that the company was failing, and then they suckered people into buying their stock because they were pretending that there was something going on there that wasn't happening. But now, guess what though, Paulo? Now there's investors. Now they're get institutions owned less than 0.5% of their shares when it started rising in price. Less than 0.5% of all of the outstanding shares was owned by institutions. Insiders, or the people who run the company, owned over 51% of the company in the total outstanding shares. Guess who owned the rest? Retail did. So when all that buying pressure came in and started pumping up the price, Paulo, who do you think is going to get left holding the bags? Retail is. Retail is going to get left holding the bags on that. And now the CEO has a group of people who are invested in that company who are stuck, because they're going to sit there and watch the price drop down and down and down and down, because a whole bunch of naked shorting came in and moved in the minute that they saw that the price was being overpumped, and started making money on the back end of it. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy stock manipulation. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of people getting in trouble over that one. And guess what? Now what? The worst part about all of it, Paulo, is that now apes are going to be linked to it as well, right? There's going to be people out there in the ape community who are going to be exposed as being pumping of the stock. And so then now you're going to have this negative media press that's going to come in and say, ape meme stock retailers called apes came in and started pumping the price illegally on fake news of short interest that did not exist on a stock. Oh man, then what's going to happen? Imagine what's going to happen now. Now look how that's going to make us look. Right? Not going to look really good on our part. It's going to make us look like crap pretty much. It's going to make us look like we're a bunch of people who are running around trying to impact the market prices by pumping and dumping stocks all over the place. And to be honest with you, it's not untrue. It's not untrue because people keep latching on to this stuff. They're being fed information from the inside of our groups by people who are bad actors in this play, who are getting people to try and chase things that aren't what they appear to be. Know your history. Know who the actors are in this play. Don't just listen to everybody. You got to do your own DD. You got to research stuff. You got to figure it out, guys. Nick says, been investing for many years. I've never seen a CEO that interacts with his shareholders. I don't think that anyone would be happy with whoever would replace Adam Aaron. Adam Aaron has brought many companies back. Nick, I agree, man. I agree. I stand with you on that comment. Oland, I would say cup and handles. I feel like more often than not, cup and handles are the most reliable. But the one thing that I'm going to say about a proper cup and handle is that you should see ascending parallel channels on the back side of a cup and handle that get broken to the top side. And what I'm saying by that, what I mean by that is that on the back side of a good formed cup and handle pattern is that you typically tend to see ascending parallel channels that are formed, which are supposed to be bearish, but they break out going out of the top side. When I see 2 or 3 of those on the backside of a price run, I know almost instantly that 99% of the time, if we've broken 3 ascending parallel channels on the backside of a run, and I look and I pull out a little bit and I see a cup pattern forming, I know exactly what's going to happen. It's like 99% of the time it's going to be a cup and handle situation. But it really kind of, the cup and handle has to have those like ascending parallel channels on the backside that break upwards. Okay, great, Papa. Show me. So if this is the case, you said according to the internet, West. No, this is good information. I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying, but you're saying the internet says West Christian and Firm has gone over 20 companies for improper trading activities and has won in most of the cases, which in most could be 11 out of the 20. Naked short selling being a part of the problem. Go find the case history. It's not just good enough to go out there and find out what the internet says. Go find the case history and show me where they've won those. Because you have to understand that settlements aren't necessarily wins, right? A settlement is not necessarily a win. So go find the actual wins that they have to produce for their track record for the last 20 years, and show me where they've had actual cases that they've won. His first case, by the way, I'll just give you a hint. His first case that he's hoping to win is coming up here. He thinks that it's like a for sure thing on this one. He may actually end up getting his first win here pretty soon, but we'll see. But short selling is not necessarily what I think he wins by. What he wins by is proving that there's things like spoofing or other type of trade transactions. But go look up case history. Because it should be public record and you should be able to find it. And remember that settlements don't win. Those aren't considered wins. No, no proof or ban. I don't do that here. I'm not going to do that. Casey, what about RS Ape instead? No conversion, just the reverse split. I don't know, Savvy. I still don't know where I stand on it. I really got to see the proxy. I don't like. I think we don't know the full. Um, Well, I can tell you this. There's 3 proposals that I know of as of right now. That third proposal is a definite no for me. I don't like giving up my rights as a shareholder to be able to make decisions. So the third one I can tell you straight off the bat's no. But until I can see some more of the details on the first 2, I just don't even want to talk about something that I don't have the full understanding of yet. Range Rider says the best litigators do force a settlement. That's what a lawyer would say. I would agree with you, Range Rider. Most lawyers would say that best litigators do force a settlement, and I would agree with that statement. That they would say that. But is that what we're looking for here? Are we looking for a forced settlement? I don't think that's what we're looking for. It doesn't change anything. DJ says, Casey, I never expected I'd be hanging out this long, but I am one patient retiree. Well, thank you for hanging out, man. It's good to have you. No, 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 no. I'm not debating whether I think naked short selling is happening. I do. I know naked short selling happens quite regularly. The question really becomes, whether it's illegal naked short selling or not, is part of the problem. The other part of that is, I think what I'm personally debating here is whether or not, signing somebody up to try and find naked short selling, whether that's going to have any impact on anything for us whatsoever, how it's going to help us. Because I haven't seen any other particular stocks out there that have been necessarily helped out through any of these cases. Dana says they get paid and don't have to fight. It's a win for the lawyers. And Dana, you're absolutely that's so. My dad was a lawyer. My dad was a lawyer, and that's exactly what he said. He said that he told me he said that anytime they're always looking for a settlement, it's because the lawyers get paid. They don't have to go into court. My dad spent so much. My dad said that he, out of all the time as being a lawyer, he never, in his earlier years of law school, never once had to set foot in court because he was able to settle everything. And that's truly and honestly what lawyers try to do because then they make the most amount of money for their time, right? And so from a lawyer's perspective, settlements is what they will always tell you is a win because that's how they make the most amount of money most efficiently in time spent. So yeah, you're absolutely right by what it is you're saying. When you're somebody on the other side of somebody who's been abused, your lawyer will always try to talk you into taking a settlement. Why? Because they want to get it over and done with, and they want you to just they want you to walk away with something, feel like you got some kind of reprimands for what it was that happened to you, and then they get paid and it's over and they move on to the next one. If they had to spend time actually trying cases, then they just wouldn't really be making nearly as much money. Yuck Free says, Casey, if you had to guess, how many times a day do you fart? I am recording history as well. Man, I don't know. I'm just ripping them all the time. I don't know. Let's go with like 20. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not making any trades right now, Rem Taco. You're right though. There is no farting while trading. Let's see. Rob says settlement is money in the bank. Judgment may not pay anything. Yep, that is part of the problem. Sam says, and most lawyers are not trial attorneys. Big difference. So much more goes into trial, and most attorneys are scared shitless to go to trial because they don't know what most likely will flail, especially when they're going up against major organizations. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Wes Christian? If you look at his track record, can you imagine that guy going up against some of the best lawyers that Citadel can afford? Imagine that. If you go and you look at Russ Christian's staff, he's got like a total of like 7 or 9 people on his staff. 7 to 9 people when he's going up against Citadel, who would have just absolutely massive quantities of people, a lawyer, like great lawyers they could throw at it. Of course they would settle. They would settle in a heartbeat. They would be shivering in their boots to go up against those guys. They will settle in a heartbeat. Papa Mac says, "Do you agree that if the SEC wanted, they could easily stop almost all naked short selling?" I'm gonna say no. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. I mean, for example, Papa Mac, and just to give you an example of what it is I'm talking about, there is forms of illegal naked shorting that still occurs to this very day, and all they do is get fined for it. And we know that they get fined constantly. So um, unless they started cracking down on maybe like the penalties for naked shorting, then perhaps maybe you would see some kind of change or something. But I would say for the most part, no. And I think the entire market sees it as just kind of like a part of transacting of business. Uh, in a sense, I guess maybe think of it as like I don't know. I'm not really a big huge race fan, but this is the first thing that pops up into my mind. I think a lot of racers, some of you guys who are race fans and you know stuff about Formula One or whatnot, I think there's like time penalties that racers get for like certain things that they do when they're racing, and sometimes they'll just take the time penalty. They'll just break the rule because they don't care about the time penalty that they're going to get for it because the amount of time that they're going to end up saving or maybe the position that they're going to get is too great to lose, so they take the time penalty and they just break the rule. That's that's naked short selling, right? Like they don't care. They know that there's a possibility that they're going to get hit for it, but they don't care because it's part of doing business. Maybe somebody can help me out and tell like give an example of what it is that I'm talking about because I don't know much about race car races and give me 1 second here. I'm trying to log into my broker. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here in just a minute. It looks like maybe I don't have any. Either I'm still waiting on the delay, or you guys don't know much about Formula One racing. But Casey, today we already made a double bottom bounce on AMC and GME. 5 minutes shows best. If we hit the third bounce, it looks like we could make a W. Nice. Try fast turn left. Wait a minute. Why do they always go left? I never even thought about that before. Do they always go left? I don't even know if they do or not. I guess Formula One. I guess they have to. No, they don't. They don't have to go left. They could go right. I don't know. Left is right. It's a circle, dang it. You can go either way. Anyways, taking you guys over to the other screen. Let's see here. Let's see what we got going on. They can go either way, you dumbass. No, I'm just kidding. But can they really though? I'm trying to sit here in my mind and think back to like any kind of races that I've ever seen where they race the track going right around it. In my head, I can't think of a single one, which I don't know why that is. Right? It just seems like you could turn around the pit stops or the pit station. So why not? I don't see any reason why they couldn't race it the other way. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I never thought about that. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on with these numbers, guys. Remember, I'm not gonna be able to see your screen until you see the big tramp back up on the page. So hold those comments specifically for me until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on for the day today. Starting with off exchange. Normally by now, I would suggest about 62% going through 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we're at 56.69% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 9.4. The total on that is 66.09% going through those exchanges. That's elevated by about 4.09%. CHX volume for the day today is at 6.5% of our daily volume, or 552,000 shares going through there. That is definitely very, very high. And it's also increasing our 30-day average to 1.13 now. Remember, guys, when our 30-day average on CHX volume was a quarter of 1%, and now we're nearly 1% higher than what we used to be. This is, I think this is very significant. Taking a look at Ape, combined off exchange is 66.55, EDGX 8.75. We have 75.3% of our volume going through those exchanges. That is 13.3% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume right where it's supposed to be. It's averaging right where it should be. GME CHX volume, excuse me. It's actually below normal. HYMC's CHX volume, very non-existent. Taking a look at AMC. An hour ago, there was approximately 11,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 208,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of slightly raising that short share interest of the free float to 22.89%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 94.25, and max 327.96. Shares on loan for the day today is 183.39 million shares. That is 1.4 million more shares on loan today than yesterday. Vortex estimating about 465,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was approximately 103,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now only 68,000 shares. So, I mean, short share interest of the free float is going to stay the same at 6.69%. Cost to borrow min at 7.26, average 8.02, max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is up 8.7 million shares day over day to 37.16 million shares. Extremely high. We know what those are for. The failure to delivers that are stacking up, that are due before the end of this month. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was before the end of the month. Due next week. Let's just say that. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for call options this morning is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 5,000 contracts. There's now 6.2 thousand contracts. Puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. It was 2.1 thousand contracts, now I'm sorry, it was, hold on a second, undo. It was 2.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4.8 thousand contracts now. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.01. We are consolidating still in this kind of wedge pattern that I've got drawn out here. The final breakout I don't think will happen until perhaps maybe around like 1300 Eastern Standard Time. I think we may see some consolidation here, maybe even see it drop down once more, perhaps maybe before finally breaking up. I am expecting a breakup on this currently, as we do have, I think, let me just do something real quick here. One more thing. This might actually change my opinion. No, we still have falling price and falling volume. Let me just make sure. Let's see here. Extended hours. Yeah. Falling price, falling volume usually indicates the price is going to break out going up. I think that might still be the case. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for, but due to our low volume right now, I don't expect to see any of those on the list here. Oh, GME made it. GME is on the list here and has a very strong 74.95% and 25.05% sell ratio. So looking really, really strong there on that buy-sell ratio on GME, and their volume must be picking up for them to be able to get on the list. 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. It makes me happy to see at least GME getting up there on that list. 475 is our trigger point for SSR for the day-to-day for AMC. For Ape, it would be 1.611. I don't believe either of those have been triggered. Shares available to borrow. Nothing has changed in the last hour. We're still at 50,000 shares traded for the day today, or borrowed, and then 103.1 thousand. Man, I'm throwing out all kinds of words. 103.1% is the latest fees that we've seen for borrowed shares. Throwing out just random words here. Just say words. Let's see here. Nasdaq is currently being reported as up 0.68. Dow Jones is up 0.14. S&P 500 is up 0.24. We have 3,563 advancers to 2,892 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago by actually quite a bit. We have Ethereum Classic showing up down currently 0.51%. US dollar is showing up 0.18, but is lower than where it was earlier. WTI, or oil, is currently showing down 1.46. Mortgage-backed securities are currently down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.06. SPY up 0.26. Taking a look at VIX, down 3.68. VB is up 0.22. VBR up 0.1. Tesla's up 8.03. Amazon up 2.99. Cinemark is down 1.22. Doge is up 0.05. Bitcoin is up 0.44 at 23.1 a coin. GME is down 1.21. HYMC is down 4.95. Hood is up 3.64. CS is down 1.08. NCMI is up 2.14. Ape is up 2.79 at 1.84, which is really good because we're breaking past that 180 that we need to break past. AMC is currently down 1.8 at 5.19 a share. Our current, what did I say our current combined price was? 702. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. We currently have 800,000 shares more. Sorry, $800,000 more inflow than outflow. Volume is at 9.52 million shares traded so far after 163 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We are on pace for the 10 to 30 million shares that I predicted in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.22, which is slightly below. No, that's below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.73, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.46, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.3, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.8 million shares traded so far after 164 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 18.54 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. It looks like we will hit that. On a 4-hour pace, in the last 8 hours, we've had a divergence in the vortex indicator with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.96, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.78, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.03, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.06, which is above average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Einstein says VIX is double bottoming as we speak. Yeah, that 18. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Down we go. I mean, it really doesn't make a difference. It really doesn't. I'll tell you what, down we go. If I was monetized, I think it would make a big difference, but I'm not, so I don't think it really matters. Plus, the less people we have in here, the more easier it is for me to answer questions. And that's always not a bad thing. So, because sometimes if I get inundated by questions, it's like, whoa, whoa, I can't keep up. Wait, is somebody saying there's a new 8K? That 8K is a couple days old, and is also part of that tweet that Adam Aaron tweeted out recently. You know what concerns me more than anything else, myself, is that I don't like the fact that Trey deleted his videos. I don't know what that's all about, but that is very, very concerning to me, because I think that, well, I think it's very concerning. I don't like the fact that Trey went in and deleted all of his videos. I've heard that's true. I didn't check. Hold on, let me check that because I didn't fact check that. I just believed that that was the truth. Let me actually go over to his. Let me go over and see if that's true. I can't even remember if I unsubbed to him or not, but let me check and see. Let's see here. Was I subbed to Trey? I won't lie. I'll tell you if I was. I can't even tell you how many times I subbed and unsubbed to Trey. Yep, I'm still subbed to him. Let's see what he's got here. Videos. Wow, 2 videos. That's it. Does he have lives? Oh, he's got a lot more lives showing up though. They, there's lots of lives that are in there. You can still go to the live section and he still has tons of videos under lives. But I think some of his other videos though, I think he got rid of. I wonder why he would get rid of the videos but keep the lives. Weird. Huh. He also has playlists. I wonder if the videos under the playlists.
All right.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
The video we've all been waiting for, right?
No, stop.
What is going on?
Stop. Sorry, I didn't mean to play that. I was trying to just look at the view list. Hold on a second here. View list. There we go. View full playlist. Interesting. Huh. That's weird. I don't know what to make of that. I'm not sure if maybe he just moved his videos from the live or from the video section to his. You have to make them live. If he just did regular videos and they're gone, then they're gone for good. Weird. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I don't like it though. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Savvy saying go to the live. He didn't delete them. Yeah, that's what I was noticing. Sam says he moved the videos apparently to live. I don't think you can move a regular video to a live. I don't think you can. I don't know. I actually don't know if you can do that or not. Tech We Love says, I don't think you can move videos to live. That's what I thought too. I don't think you can. Myself says, "Oh my God, Casey just gave Trey ad revenues by playing that." Actually, I think you probably have to watch it for this. I think the algorithms are actually based off of how long it's watched. So I think just clicking on it would probably not generate anything for him because you've got to have like a certain period. Like that's why they say that like if you go out there and you watch different YouTubers, they'll talk about how like you gotta keep people in the video for like a certain period of time before it counts as like some kind of like ad revenue or whatever. I don't know how it works exactly because I really don't know, but I think they do have to like kind of keep people in for a certain period of time before they generate any kind of revenue from it. I think it has something to do with like watch time. Watch time has, I think, plays a big part in how much they end up making. David Stevens says it can be done. Okay, I didn't know that. That's news to me. Myself says, yeah, I think it's 15 seconds. That sounds right to me. I think it is 15 seconds. At least that's what I've heard somewhere. I feel like I heard some YouTuber talking about it one time, and they were saying like, they were talking about how long they had to keep somebody in a video or something, and I vaguely recall them saying 15. That sounds about right. I'll raise my hand to that one, Pirate Born. I wouldn't. But I wouldn't expect other people to be held to my my convictions. That's for sure. Savvy. I'm not trying to advertise this by any means, but because I personally would never pay for this myself, but my wife bought the whatever that YouTube thing is, premium or something that makes it so you don't have any ads when you watch, and you can add people to it. And I personally would not. I refuse to watch videos that were like more anything more than like 2 minutes long prior to having that because I can't stand the ads like you. I will not watch if there's ads in there. It just drives me nuts. And let me tell you, all I can say is that ever since she bought it, and again, Savvy, I personally would never pay for this myself, but because she bought it and added me to the account, um, like it's amazing. It's amazing not having to watch ads. I couldn't go back. I don't think I could go back. But personally, I think it's ridiculous to pay that much money for that, though. I really do. I I disagree a little bit, doctors. I think Trey was actually really, really smart with his with some of I don't know, man. I think Trey's smart. I think he had something to teach people. Um, his analysis was good. I personally think that he had more than just charisma. I think he had some good information as well. But I mean, I don't know. We can choose to disagree and still be friends. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna jump on the whole. I'm not trying to trash on him at all. I was just saying I thought it was weird that his videos were taken down, or at least people were saying that they were. That was it. That's all I was trying to say. Yeah, I went to the playlist in their Range Rider, and I saw some videos under the playlists. But yeah, I think he just needed better friends. Ooh. Bloody Blister just says Booksy shut down for the day. People letting him have it for giving bad price predictions. I think they are wising up to the fact his TA is terrible. Oh man, I don't see. That's the problem. That's the problem with a community that doesn't understand how technical analysis works. Is that it's not always going to be right. I don't. I know that our community is like against whole price prediction stuff, so that's probably more why he's getting the beat down than anything. But I actually like his technical analysis. He's actually really good at it. He probably should have just avoided putting out price predictions. He probably could have saved himself a lot of headache. But I like Booksy. I really do. I think he does some good work, and the fact of the matter is that technical analysis is never always going to be right. It's always going to have some degree of error. Myself says he was more of a supporter than a teacher, though. Hmm. I guess maybe that might be true. I don't know. I'd have to think about it for a while. Everyone's just that they need someone to hold their hand through this, or maybe even just knowing that there was other people together in it with them. Uh, Guts for the long term. And I think that's part of one of the reasons why I like having this community here is that I think people can see that there are still people who are interested in this. You can still see that there are people who are holding. That's part of the important part to us winning this is knowing that we have a place to go where we can talk and where we can see that we're still in it to win it. Bob, Bob's throwing out the Will Smith, keep Amy out of your effing mouths. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Yucca said Casey Trey should not said how much money he made publicly. Hmm. Best to play it squeaky clean and give no wiggle room, a la Casey. So Sam, originally when I first started this, and I think I've told this story at least once, maybe twice before. But when I first started this channel, one of the reasons that I did it was because I started it with another individual. His name was John, and John had also left work with me as well, and I didn't know how long this was going to take, but he was looking for another source of revenue, money revenue, and so I said, well, let's do a YouTube channel together. We're both kind of funny. Maybe people will enjoy it, and we can make some money while we're doing it. And so he's like, yeah, let's do that. So we started the channel up, and originally we were going to make it a monetized channel, and then John dropped out. John kind of fell to the wayside after a little bit, and just didn't really want to. He was like, man, I can't stream anymore. I'm just not in it. And I was like, all right, that's cool. I was like, I'm just gonna keep on doing it, and so then at that point, I was free to do it however I wanted to do it because I didn't have John to, I was trying to help John make some money, and so I thought it would be fun to do the live stream and while we're watching the stock and so then when I started thinking about how I wanted to do this channel for myself going forward is I was like, well, there's nobody in the community who's streaming, throughout the day. And if I and I felt like that if I monetized the channel, that it would probably allow people to distrust me or anything that I had to say. And so I was like, I can't if I monetize, it's not going to work out. Nobody's going to legitimately be able to be able to trust in what it is that I have to say. So it was at that point that I decided that like I can't monetize the channel. I have to just do this without any kind of funding whatsoever from people. And so I decided to take it a different road than what I originally started out on, and it completely changed. And to be honest with you, probably one of the best things I probably could have done in regards to a decision that I made beforehand. Because I think if I had gone through with the whole process of creating a joint channel where it was monetized and I would have been gone by now. I'd have been gone. I almost guarantee you guys that if I had made this about making money on a YouTube channel and had that been my focus, if my focus had been about just simply putting out content that would drive people in so that they could see something new or exciting or whatever, I wouldn't be here right now. I wouldn't have stuck with this as long as I have because I would have made some money at some point to and I probably would have been like, okay, I'm done with this, something else now, and so um, I'm glad. I'm really, really, really glad that I made the choice that I did when I made it. It was I don't know how I had that much foresight in advance to know that that's the path that I needed to take, but it's worked out for me really, really, really well because I think that having that trust with you guys is more important to me than anything else that I've done here. More than anything else I've done. Yucca says, Casey, do you remember the first day I visited your channel? I was calling you Pappy Daddy, and you said not to call you that. I don't remember that, but yeah, it's I think no, I remember I think that I remember the daddy part, and I remember saying it was kind of weird. But yeah, I don't. Man, AMC is getting a little bit of a run here, back up. We're hitting the top side of the Bollinger Bands here at 52 or 525. We're down 0.666 or 0.6% now. Um, but anyways, I can't stress to you guys enough how much I think that was like one of the most important decisions that I think I've made in my lifetime ever. I can't I can't even stress that enough. It was the path that I chose to take was the hard path, and it was the right path. It was the right path. Dr. Zena says Twitter DM for you. All right, checking it out. Hold on a second. It's gonna be a hot cotchin. I just can feel it already. Look me in the beard when I'm talking to you. That's pretty good. I like that. Combined price of AMC and Ape right now is at $7.11. My prediction was 7.32. We got the breakout a little bit earlier than I was anticipating, so this was the and hold on a second. My eye, there's something in my eye. That stings. I don't know what that was, but it stung really, really, really bad. There we go. Moving on up. Breaking out just a tad bit earlier than I thought. I thought the breakout would be somewhere around 1300, but it did break up to the top side just a little bit earlier. It's approximately breakout was about 12:30, so about 30 minutes sooner than I would have anticipated. I can't, like I said, this is like Booksy, like people could start yelling at me for this kind of stuff, this is real on the edge. Every time I draw one of these boxes, I cringe I wish you guys would know, I cringe every time I draw one of these boxes because I know that, I'm going to get judged for it. And just like Booksy, when he goes out on the edge and he starts throwing out price predictions, he probably knows that he's going to get crap too. You're never 100% right. It's guesstimates as best as you can based off the analysis that you're doing, and it's never going to be. Can you imagine if you were right all the time? We wouldn't be doing these live streams talking with you guys. We wouldn't. We wouldn't be doing these live streams. We'd be making millions of dollars someplace. We really would. And I don't know. Like I feel bad for Booksy because he shouldn't be getting. I mean, he should probably stay away from the price predictions, but that's what his specialty is, and it's not always right. Yucca Frida says, "You okay, Daddy?" I don't know. I got something started burning in my eye, like right at the corner. It's a real burn sensation. doesn't hurt now. It was real brief. Steven says I was watching Booksy is fine. His computer is having problems. So that's good. It makes me feel better because um, I feel bad. I've seen people go after him before, and I feel bad about it because I don't think that they should. I think they should be a little more easy with them. But Bloody's saying now Bloody's saying, why is it that the GME cult and the AMC cult can't refrain from firing off barbs at each other? There's a great reason for it, Bloody, and it's because um, I'm trying to come up with an analogy. Do you remember when Scottie Pippen, wasn't it Scottie Pippen that played with Michael Jordan? They were both on the Bulls. I want to say it was Scottie Pippen. Can you imagine being Scottie Pippen? Like every time, like even though he was a great player, like none of the stuff ever came his direction. Like he could have potentially been like a really great player, but nobody really ever knew that because he was overshadowed by Michael Jordan, right? And so like I, I'm sure there might have been a little. I'm sure while Scotty probably loved Michael Jordan, I don't know. I'm guessing, but while he probably loved him to death, he probably always felt a little bit like he wasn't in the limelight, and so here he was playing great ball and probably just being underappreciated, and I think that's maybe a little bit. Maybe that might help you to that analogy might help you to kind of understand maybe kind of sorta. I don't know. Alexander, I don't have any comment. Sorry, man. I like him too, Fly Free. I think Booksy's. I like his work. Scotty. Wait. Am I saying his name wrong or something? You guys are saying weird stuff that makes me think I'm saying his name wrong. Batman and Robin complex. Yeah, kind of. Right. That's really what it kind of. Yeah, I guess maybe that really kind of what it is, like a Batman Robin complex. Yeah. I want to like. I should have Booksy come on here sometime. I don't think I've ever interviewed Booksy. I'm gonna throw him a DM. Give me a second. I'm gonna throw Booksy a DM. I want to interview him. I love his technical analysis, and I think anybody who would trash on his technical analysis, like I don't know. I think there's something wrong with you if you're. The guy's smart, man. He's really really smart. Hold on a second here. Let me find Booksy real quick and so because you put him on my mind, and now I gotta throw him a message. Oh, it's break time. Shoot, I just realized. I'm going to a hockey game tonight, guys. Yeah, one of my daughter's birthday was a couple weeks back, and she wanted to go to her birthday wish was to go to a hockey game. Do I not have Booksy on my list? What the heck? Surely I must have Booksy. There I do. Okay. Oh. Uh. Dang. That sucks. Um. Yeah, maybe like that, Mike. Exactly. Messier and Gretzky, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Hey, don't you guys? So Hayden just says I would love to listen to Booksy, but I feel I'm cheating on you, Casey. Can he be my mistress? Don't you guys never should ever feel like you can't go watch other people. Like don't feel that way. Go watch. I encourage you to watch other people. I really do. But what I won't encourage you to do is to continue to watch people who give bad information. And I'm not saying like Booksy, because I don't think he's giving bad information. I think that sometimes his information is just not always right. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are misleading you into thinking that there's things that are going on that aren't going on. So, but don't feel bad ever about going watching somebody else at all. Like that's never the case. Like you're not, there is no dedication to this spot as at all. There should be no dedication. This is a community, and it is way bigger than just AMCKC, right? There's way more community than just AMCKC and I highly encourage you to go. No, it's not espionage, Aaron. I just want you guys to make sure that you're getting the information that you need to get. If there's more information out there that you need to get and you need to find it and I can't offer it to you, which I'm sure is the case, I dang sure and positive it's the case, go find it. Do your DD elsewhere as well. Don't just rely on my information. Find other information other places and always double check everything. Don't just confirm mine. By the way, guys, John Hannaford, who's a part of this channel here, and John, I'm throwing you under the bus here without asking you, but John Hannaford double checked my work on the whole pro equities ownership and confirmed our information. And he built his own program to pull the data that we pulled and confirm the data. So this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Don't take my word for it. When I put work into this stuff, do your own research, do your own DD, and make sure you come to the same conclusion I am because I'm not always right. I can promise you that I'm not always right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Like somebody came in here the other day and said, "Hey Casey, what's going on with that level 2 order book? Now that our stock has been halted," and I simply assumed it was teabaggers right off the bat, and that's not what it was because I didn't even bother to look. You know what I'm saying? I make mistakes too. I do. So go out and make sure you guys are getting other information. If there's other channels to go watch them. You know where I'll be when you decide to come back. I don't change anything. I'm always here when I say I'm going to be here. So for the most part, unless I'm doing a haircut or something. But anyways, I'm going to go take a break here. I'll be back at 12:10. See you guys in just a bit. Actually, I'm going to make it 12:15 because I'm leaving just a tad bit late. So I'll see you guys back at 12:15.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, I'm back. Just want to get to Bloody's questions here real quick because I did ask for him. If you sincerely and genuinely felt the stock was being intentionally suppressed, why wouldn't you take advantage of that and short the top while still holding a position for long term? Otherwise known, oftentimes, well, actually, the first question I want to ask back in return to that is, what exactly do you mean by short the top? Are you suggesting buying puts? As the price is coming down, or I mean, because there's a difference between buying puts and shorting. So, uh, one of the things, the reasons I would not personally do that myself, a short the stock, is because number one, that would require me to have a margin account, and in order to do so, that would put it could potentially put at risk my position long that I held. So that would be the number one reason that I would not short a stock that I owned long, especially when I know I'm up against potential margin calls as price was rising. If price were to start rising, my position would be wiped out entirely, and it would be pointless because then it would be It would be basically me betting against myself and be wiping out my own account. So that would be the number one reason why. Number two, you said short term selling the tops, long term let's see, long-term holding. Why not use the market to better your life? Is that to be frowned on? And so what it is that you don't seem to understand is we're here trying to accomplish something. We caught naked hedge funds who are shorting this stock so severely and trying to drive the price down that they were trying to bankrupt the company. And so what we decided to do was to buy and hold our positions in order for them to get caught in the positions that they're in and cause us a short squeeze. If we're just buying and selling our positions to make ourselves better, all we're doing is eating off of each other, right? We're just feeding off each other, and that's what the market wants us to do so that it can better its position. That's exactly what I mean. For example, if you want to look at one of the more recent ones that were just had a quick run up real quick and then came crashing back down in price again because the CEO was claiming that he had naked shorts that were going on. That was retail eating retail right there. Retail was eating retail for lunch. And that's not what we're here to do. We're here to try and stop that from happening. We want to see things change for the better. And so you're saying, so in other words, this is a community where one is only welcome if they comply or if they employ the same investing strategy. No, that is not true. You are allowed to have any kind of strategy you want, but if you're going to come in here and tell people that they're wrong or that uh, you're going to kind of basically like harass people, then I would suggest that I'm going to remove you. This is not a place where we prefer people to come in here and try to discourage us from doing what it is that we want to do with our money, right? I've never traded in the stock market for 20 years and had people try more actively than any other time in my lifetime than now. Ever have I ever even seen it happen before? And so, if I want to hold my money and I want to have a live stream where I'm going to host it and provide a place for other people who have similar like minds. For you to come in here and start trashing on people or telling us that we're stupid for wanting to not do what it is that we're set to accomplish, just makes you an outsider who wants to try and cause chaos or problems, and just not willing to have that. So, but I don't have any problem who has a differing opinion on how they're going to go around doing their trades. That's completely fine. It's just when people come in here and they start trying to harass the community that I have a problem with it. There's buying puts is not a problem. You said short sell. You didn't say buy puts. I want to be very clear there. You didn't say that. You said short the top. You didn't say buy puts. Big difference. Would you not agree? Give me a second, guys, while I log into my broker real quick. I'll switch screens here in just a minute. I don't have a problem with people buying anything that they want to buy, Bloody. I really don't. What I have a problem is when people come in here trying to convince people what they should do with their money. That's what I have a problem with. You don't need to come in here and tell people. I don't tell people what to do with their money. You shouldn't either. You shouldn't tell people that they're wrong for deciding to trade how they want to trade. That's their own choices. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It would be a travesty if somebody were to be able to get into your account and be able to affect the things that you have going on in your account. When you are signing up for that extra level of protection, make sure that you go ahead and set up your account with a secondary device that can receive the code. In case something should happen to your primary device, you can always get back into your account with that secondary device. Why not set yourself up for success? And also, while you're at it, start taking pictures daily of your portfolio and saving those into a file folder with the date for the file name. And that way, in case something happens with your broker, you can always prove you have evidence of what your original position was. If you're not doing it daily, I suggest at least doing it weekly, depending upon how much activity your portfolio has. Let's take a look here. Hey, I haven't removed you yet, Bloody. I haven't removed you at all. No need to worries. Let me go ahead and take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. I'm just saying, when I see name calling, I came back and I saw a bunch of name calling. I scrolled up I mean, you were pretty rude to Food Dog, and I already learned the hard way, man. You don't screw with Food Dog. You screw with Food Dog, and you get the bullhorns. So, anyways, I just wanted to make sure that everything was good. As long as everything's all good and there's not, we're respecting each other and our own opinions, and I don't have a problem. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers here and see. Oh, son of a gun. Give me 1 second before we go over the numbers. I forgot that I left Bruno outside. I'll be right back. It's kind of cold out there. I don't want to leave him out there too long. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere close to around 63% Combined with off-exchange and CBOE EDGX, let's take a look and see what we got currently. 58.98% going through the off-exchange. CBOE EDGX at 9.78. The combined total on that 68.76%. That is 68.76% is, hold on a second here. Can't do the math right now. Fingers, Casey. 5.76%. Fingers. How many is it? How many fingers? You take 3 from me. Oh man. Let's see. So we're at 5.76% higher than we should be for the day today. The CHX volume is super high at 3.73%. That is pretty high. The total amount of volume there is 555,000 shares so far through that exchange. The 30-day average is now at 1.12 and steadily increasing. Off exchange for Ape is at 63.41, and that's not working. 63.41, and EDGX at 9.08. The grand total on that's 72.49% or 9.49% higher than it should be by this time of the day. 9. And CHX volume is elevated. We have elevated CHX volume finally on Ape. It looks like they're starting to close out some positions here. 30-day average is 0.06%. Today we see 0.1%, so nearly getting really close to almost double the amount of volume. Do note, though, that because volume is so low today, even though there's shares that are being returned, it's not very many because of the fact that the volume in general is just very low. Taking a look at GME. Oh, Bruno stinks. You stink, dog. He was out there too long. CHX volume for GME is normal. Actually, it's not normal. It's actually kind of low. CHX volume on HYMC is almost non-existent. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 208,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day reported by Ortex. It's now 260,000 shares. It's going to vary. That's not going to really change the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 22.89%. Cost of borrowment is at 1.04. Somebody's finding those nice cheap borrowed shares again today. But average is at 103.82 and max 327.96. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 183.39 million shares. That is 1.4 million more shares today on loan than yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 465,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there were 68,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now only 8,000 shares. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float rate at 6.68%. Cost of borrowment at 7.26, average 8.02, and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased 8.7 million shares day over day, leaving us at 37.16 million shares on loan, which is very high. It also drove up our utilization quite a bit. We're at 92% now, in case you weren't aware. Let's see. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day today. Ooh, big spike here in volume at a $5.50 strike for the calls. We went from 6.2 thousand contracts to 32.1 thousand contracts in the last hour. Puts, on the other hand, at a $5 strike, only increased from 4.8 thousand contracts to 7.5. The market is still suggesting a closing price of somewhere between $5 and $5.50 for the day-to-day, but there is nearly, almost, not quite, but almost 5 times the amount of volume in calls versus puts. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.24. We did break out of this wedge earlier this morning. We came back up and retested $7.35. We were unable to break through there. And it does appear like we're kind of consolidating a little bit. The time on this run up here was approximately 12:30, and I would say that it kind of topped out at about 1306. So 36 minutes. So if we were add an additional 36 minutes to 1306, that would be 1330, 42, 1342, which would be in approximately, I don't know, 10 minutes from now. Watch for 10 minutes from now for price to potentially maybe make a breakthrough right about there. Right about there. Wait. Let's see if Bobblehead Ross does it. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about making it through right there?
This be a good place for my little squirrel to live.
Oh man, I thought he was gonna do it. It was gonna be like right about there. A little place for a nice little squirrel to live right there. Some drawn out a box. Watch for some consolidation kind of in this channel right here, heading down, and then once that does happen, perhaps maybe in about 8 more or 9 more minutes, maybe breaking out of this potentially past 7:35, was it? Yeah, 7:35. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with most heavily traded stocks for the day today. GME finally made it onto the list earlier, likely due to volume starting to increase, I would imagine. Let's see, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for here. GME is on this list with a 69% buy to 31% sell ratio. Nice. Looking really, really nice there. I like that. I like seeing that it is on the list. Most heavily traded stocks. AMC has not triggered SSR for the day today, which would have been at $4.75. Ape at 1.611. Neither have triggered, and the amount of shares having been borrowed for the day, there's been no change in the last hour, and fees were last seen at 103.1%. The Nasdaq is up 1.03, Dow Jones is up 0.23, and the S&P 500 is up 0.38. We have 3,897 advancers to 2,608 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Ethereum Classic is currently showing, come on, switch over. Ethereum Classic is showing down 0.08%. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing up 0.15. Oil, WTI, is down 1.77. Mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.06. And the SPY up 0.38. Looking at VIX, down 2.35, VB is up 0.58, VBR is up 0.25, Tesla is up 10.16, Amazon is up 2.7, Cinemark is up 0.04, Doge is up 0.31, Bitcoin is up 0.66, GME is up 10.55, HYMC is down 4.12, Hood is up 4.41, CS is down 0.1, NCMI is up 1.04, or 1.21, sorry. Ape is up 5.59 and AMC is up 1.46. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately, let's just call it 1.1 million more, $1.1 million more inflow than outflow, with 18.22 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 246 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 28.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Volume has definitely kicked back up because if I recall correctly, we were at like a volume pace of about 22 or 24 million earlier. So we've definitely picked up the pace, but still within the 10 to 30 million volume range that I had for earlier today. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.51, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than, no, hold on a second. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI at 59.28, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.91, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.28, which is above average. On Ape, and by the way, AMC's price is $5.39. On Ape, we have $90,000 more outflow than inflow. 14.27 million shares traded so far. Definitely a spike up in volume there as well. We're at 247 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.53 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25, so volume definitely increased up on this as well. Still within the range that I gave earlier. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 66.86, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 74.26, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.03, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.27, which is above average. Taking a look, let me go back to a 30-minute interval here real quick, because I felt like I was seeing, let me get rid of some of this junk back here. What am I seeing? Where was it that I saw that line? There we go. We are getting incredibly close to this extremely long wedge that I had drawn out here. I'm breaking out. I mean, really, really super close. That 190 number that I suggested earlier this morning, that if we broke 190 and maintained and held beyond 190, we could see this thing really start running, is definitely looking like a possibility here. Very much like a possibility. My guess is that we're more than likely going to test. I wouldn't expect normally to see the breakout happen this far away from the end of the wedge. Let me actually go to a 4-hour chart here real quickly. Actually, I would expect it. This is pretty close to where I would draw the box. I would probably draw it right about here. We are in the time window. I don't know why I didn't draw this box before, but I didn't. For whatever dumb reason I made. But yeah, we are definitely breaking what appears to be two different levels of. We were in what appeared to be like a really long descending parallel channel, and it looks like we're breaking the top side of that channel again, going up. And so we had this level of support that we've maintained for quite a while now, and we are kind of breaking towards the top of this descending parallel channel. So that's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to get rid of that box though, because I can't see anything. 190 is the key number. Let me just check something real quick here before the end of the day. Yeah, it's actually 190 right now for where we're at in time. It's more like 193. But by the end of the day, it looks like 193 is the magic number. Going into next week, the magic number would be like 192-ish. Looks like it drops by about 1 point every day, so 193 might be the magic number. We hit 1929 on our top here just a little bit ago and found that resistance spot. This computer is ready for a reboot. Man, guys, they're in here thick today. James, we don't talk about other tickers on this live stream. It's AMC, Ape, or GME related only. Thick says repo. Reverse repo for today is 2.00 trillion with 96 counterparties. Previously, it was 2.024. It is dropping pretty quickly. No joke. Thick. It's dropping day over day pretty fast. I want to. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry, Anthony. Who said that? Charlie. I'm so sorry, man. Usually I put, usually I put AMC on one side and Ape on the other. I didn't realize I left it on the wrong one there. Sorry, my bad. Um, Anthony's saying, can you explain what a reverse repo is? It's essentially it's a loan. It's a government loan of money by the banks in order to well, it's supposed to be for settlements, overnight settlements that occur. So in order for them to complete what it kind of can tell you in a roundabout way is that there's so many settlements that need to be completed on a daily basis that they're having to borrow over $2 trillion just to complete transactions every single day, which is basically what it is. But since I am terrible at explaining what it is, give me 1 second here. Actually, you know what? I might use ChatGPT for this one. Let me use ChatGPT on this and see what it says. I haven't asked that one. Let's try it out. Let's see what it says. I'm kind of curious. A reverse repurchase agreement, also known as a reverse repo or RRP, is a financial transaction in which one party, typically a bank or other financial institution, agrees to sell a security to another party, typically the Federal Reserve, with the agreement that the first party will repurchase the security at a later date at a slightly higher price. The difference in price represents interest on the loan, effectively making the transaction a short-term loan. Reverse repos are used by central banks and other financial institutions as a tool for managing monetary policy and liquidity in the financial system. Hopefully that helps you to see. It basically shows you how, by seeing how high that number is, shows you the insolvency of our daily transactions in the marketplace. Which, when you consider how bad that is, I mean, the $2 trillion insolvency on a daily basis, I mean, that's unheard of. It's really ridiculous. Actually, Salty Dog, I don't wish I was better at explaining. That's one of the few of the ones that I say that every time somebody asks me a question about that one, I go like, yeah, I don't mind looking this one up. That's one of the few that I really don't wish I was better at explaining. The reverse repos, that is like I've done some reading up on it before, and I don't think as many times as I read up on it, I always kind of look at it and I go like, I don't even know that I'll ever fully understand it and or how it works. But maybe it's just me being hard-headed or not wanting to understand. I'm not sure which, but I always end up looking it up because I know that I can't nearly explain it as well as something I can just look up really fast. Why do you track the SPY given the fast AMC is in the Russell index? Wouldn't it make more sense to track the Russell ETF? I'd recommend BlackRock's Russell ETF IWM. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but we haven't been in IWM for a very, very, very long time. Perhaps you're not aware of the position, but I could be wrong. It did change on me once before. I do track VB and VBR, and those are both Vanguard, the top highest held positions. The reason I track the SPY is because I want to know how, in general, the market, the S&P 500, is doing. So I think that's a good indicator to look at to try and track and see where in general the market's heading. It has nothing really specifically to do with AMC, more or less just wanting to know where the market may be heading to. But let me show you the ETFs. There is a great website for this that I normally have pulled up, but lately I've been trying to minimize the amount of pages that I have open up at any given time. So right now I don't have it up, but it is called ETF.com. And I'm actually pulling it up right now myself so that I can take a look at it. But it does change on occasion which ones are the biggest holders. And our biggest holder is VTI. So I have VBR and VB on here. VTI might actually be, I'm not sure if that's BlackRock or not, but the two biggest ones that I was tracking was VTI, which was the ETF with the most AMC shares. That's the reason why I have VBR, I think, up there. And then VB was the second one, which was Vanguard's small cap ETF. VBR, what was VBR? Oh, VBR is now third. So it looks like number one is, which is Vanguard's total stock market ETF, is now beating out VBR in largest amount of shares held within an ETF. So I should probably get rid of VBR and add in VTI as a replacement. But yeah, we haven't been held by which was the one you put in there? You put in IW. I can't remember what it was now. Where is it? Go back, Casey. We have not been in IWM in a very long time. I mean, like, I think it was probably the beginning quarter of last year. So almost a year ago that changed. So, but I am going to change VBR here and switch it out because every once in a while it's good to make sure and watch your top held ETFs because it does kind of give you an idea as to where the overall positions within those large held ETFs are going to maybe help drive the price. How do I get rid of this? Hold on a second. I gotta remember. Oh, here we go. Remove. And now I will add VTI. But I used to track IWM. IWM used to be on my list all the time. So I got VTI and I got VB in the order that they are in most held now. So we've got VTI at 0.53 and up today 0.53%. And actually, you know, it's kind of interesting. I was just noticing here that the ETFs with the most AMC shares, the top 5 holders actually are all Vanguard ETFs, interestingly enough. Top performing ETFs with AMC is AVSU. Top ETF strategy using AMC is vanilla ETFs. And ETF with the most AMC exposure is meme, which is 4.3% of the allocation. Great website for finding out that kind of information. You're welcome. But I am in agreement with you. That's why I watch them. And I've got them up there. I quite personally feel, and I think probably some people would disagree with what I'm saying, but I feel like ETFs are used to drive the market, whereas I think some people would say, well, it's really the market that drives the ETFs in value. And I actually think it's the other way around, though. I really do believe that they do try to drive specific stocks that they know are going to drive perhaps maybe ETFs in a certain direction to help facilitate market performance on other excuse me, I got hiccups on other securities that are within those ETFs. So it's almost like I don't know how to explain it. Well, actually, I explained it the other day. It's like a spider. It's like a spider. Shoot, somebody help me out. A spider gear. A spider gear in a rear differential. So you can help drive one side of the market and not the other by just placing a bunch of different stocks into specific ETFs and allowing those to help drive price. I know it sounds backwards. I think everybody would probably disagree with me the way I look at it, but that's how I see it. Pro Jeweler says, where are all the AMC ETF shares are being loaned from? Probably all of them. No, no, no. These aren't other stocks. These are ETFs, exchange traded funds that have a bunch of different stocks in them. But the reason that we're talking about specifically VB and VTI is, did those get mixed up again? The reason we're talking about VB and VTI is because of the fact that it's those are the uh, two ETFs that hold the most amount of AMC shares in them. It's almost crime is the word you were looking for. Thanks, censored content. I appreciate that. SPY is like BTC. If BTC isn't moving up, it's difficult for other cryptos to move up. They can still pop off, but it makes it harder without the fear. That's how I see ETFs, Long. That's exactly how I see ETFs. It's almost like it's a way to hold it back, right? And SPY is an ETF. Sammy boy, how's it going, man? Haggard. Dude, so last night the topic came up. My wife, and I were all talking, and the topic came up about the beard, and I don't remember exactly what was said or how it was said exactly, but oh, I know what it was. We were talking about my brother. He's got a really big, well, he had a really big beard, and I had mentioned how it looked like he had cut his down quite a bit, and my wife said, "Yeah, it looks really good," and she goes, "You should do that. You should clean yours up like that." And I said, I can't do that," and she's like, and that's the very first time that I ever think I've heard her sort of insinuate that she would probably like to see it look a little bit nicer or cleaned up or that. Let me just say that I think she's getting rich. She can't wait for me to get this thing off either. I'm sure there's nothing worse than trying to kiss me in the dark and getting nothing but a mouthful of hair. That's, I feel bad for you ladies who like bearded guys, because man, we miss sometimes. It's real easy to kiss a non-hairy chin, but you kiss a hairy chin, it's just not right. Doug plays the guitar, says, "Just get rid of it." I can't, man. I made a bet with myself. And I'm holding myself to it. Tell her 2 weeks, Nick says. So we're supposed to go on a date. We have my mom for Christmas got us a place to go stay at to get away from everything and just have like a nice little vacation. So we're gonna, don't worry, I'm doing all the streaming. But next week We're taking a vacation after close on Friday. We're gonna head out to San Antonio, hit Riverwalk, and stay in a hotel down there on the Riverwalk, and uh, just kind of have a good time, you know. And I'm sure she would love to see it rip before then. I know I probably would too. And that's less than 2 weeks, Nick. Derek says, send your beard to Martinez and Spence. Ooh. No comment. No comment. Yeah, it does. Hazel, it sounds like a great weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to a hockey game tonight. You know what hockey sounds like, Dr. Zeno? Ha, catch. We're gonna go to a hockey game tonight, and then next week we go on our little nice little mini vacation to down to um I don't know why I just lost it, but the Alamo area. I just lost the name of the area. Riverwalk. Thank you, Hayden. I don't know why I lost it. I had no problem saying it the first time, but it like disappeared in my head as like I was trying to. I couldn't remember Riverwalk. I don't know why. Just disappeared. Barry Electronics says Casey or Kenny might like a Casey beard comforter after MOASS for his jail cell. Oh man. Is that the nickname for it for reals? Is it really, do they call it the dirty ditch? I've never heard that before. That's a new one for me. I really like it down there. I think it's really kind of neat. They've got I kind of one of the restaurants that I want to hit up down there. They make you, do they make you wear I don't know if they make you wear hats, but maybe if it's your birthday, they make you wear these hats that you draw on or something like that. Everybody wears hats, and they really got a good steak place there. Serve some good steaks. Oh, we're gonna go see a Spurs game, by the way, too. My wife loves the Spurs, so we're gonna go to a Spurs game. I think it's Friday night, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll probably head down there, check into the hotel, and then go straight to the Spurs game. Since we'll probably be heading down there right after market close, or I might actually even leave a little early, depending on what time the game starts at down there, because we do have to make the drive. Those of us that lay over there a lot, okay. The dirty ditch, got it. Yeah, Dix, that sounds right. Thank you, Curtis. Hayden says I like the queso at the Iron Cactus. Okay, wait. If you guys are gonna start naming stuff off, because we're gonna be down there for like 2 days. So if you're gonna start naming stuff off, I gotta have to start writing it down because my wife loves queso. So if you're gonna start naming things off, I gotta start writing them down here. Iron Cactus queso. All right, I wrote that down. Is that where they filmed those spots underneath the bridges? Oh my gosh, Tendies Plus Plus. You don't know how bad I was trying to figure out what that was. So here's the deal, Tendies Plus Plus. The very first time we went down there, we were walking on the river walk, and I kept looking at those walkways underneath the bridges, and I kept going like, I know I've seen this somewhere before, and I'm like, I'm sure it had to be a movie or something, but I can't remember what it was, and I was like, I know this is from something, but I couldn't quite place it, and I kept thinking in my head like, this is bringing back childhood memories. Dude, you told like it's the end scene where whatever the guy's name is gets shot. I remember it vividly. Yeah, dude, that's so crazy. I now that you're saying it, I don't know how I couldn't figure it out. You're right. That's what it is. Wow. You just blew my mind right there, Tendies. Papa Bob says, "Have you ever seen the Eye of the Sahara, Casey?" Hold on, let me look and see what that is. I'm afraid to look. Uh, is that the place where they're saying that they think it might have been Atlantis? The Blue Eye of the Sahara, or Richat structure, is a geological formation in the Sahara Desert, stretches across 40. Yeah, I saw a documentary on this where some dude was on YouTube was going out there and he's claiming like that this is what he thinks what was Atlantis, I think. I saw that documentary. Sammy Boy says, "Did we achieve double bottom on AMC?" I mean, let me look and see. It is time to go over the numbers. So let me look at that. Let me look at see this, and then I mean, it's possible, but that would be a wickedly sharp double bottom. I mean, I feel like the answer is no. But then again, double bottoms like, you know, when they play out, let me see if I can find like one in here that maybe is a double bottom that doesn't look like it should be a double bottom but ended up being one. Maybe this right here. You could look at this right here and say, okay, is this a double bottom on this? And maybe as price starts ripping up on it, you're like, no, I don't think that's what that was. That was something else. I don't know. It's hard to say, man. It's really difficult for me to say because um, like look at this one over here, right? Price comes down, tests down here around 824. It was actually a different price because this was uh, pre what's the word I'm looking for? Pre uh, dividend. Price ran up, came back down, and retested somewhere close. And I almost would probably have looked at this and said, "Oh yeah, this is the double bottom right here." But no, it wasn't, right? Like there was legitimately the double bottom was over here. That was the double bottom. It was actually descending in value before it got the big rip up to 34.33. I remember what the price is. I'll never forget it. I don't know why, but so it really kind of depends on the future, on what price does in the future, because it's really difficult to say for certainty whether it's the double bottom or not until you see what happens later on. I would expect it personally myself to be lower, maybe somewhere in like the 450 range. I think that's just that's what I think at a bare minimum. I mean, maybe I'm wrong though. I sat there and told you guys that I thought we were going to have downwards momentum on the SPY, and we're getting nothing but upwards momentum. Currently, let's look at it actually for a second. And because I don't mind, sometimes I'm wrong and it happens, but if I look at the daily on this on the SPY, we're now starting to break through, very obviously breaking through, and it's about 2 days prior to where I've got this. I don't know if this is going to be a false breakout to the top. I've seen that happen before, plenty of times where you see like two or three candlesticks above and then it immediately crashes back down the other direction. So, I mean, as of right now, though, with if as long as price doesn't settle back down to on the SPY down to like 401, which I wouldn't expect happening before the end of the day, this is looks like a full-on breakout to me going bullish. So, but then again, at the same time, how much more bullish can we get with the VIX already down at 18.18, right? How much further can the VIX go down before it becomes a bit of a problem? That would be the next question I would have is if the VIX is already really, really, really super low, how in the world are you going to have more price run up and not see the VIX not shoot up here eventually? So that's the part that really kind of confuses me more than anything, right? Here you got VIX sitting at 18.18. We got a channel. We actually have a channel created right here. It's going to break this, not going down. It's going to break this eventually, and it's not going to be going down. And when it does break this, it's more than likely going to be extremely violent in the other direction. So yeah, SPY may be running up right now, but I'm weary on how far that's going to run because the VIX is already low. So I don't know. Miracle Whip? What? I hate Miracle Whip. That's the grossest stuff ever, man. If you put Miracle Whip on your sandwiches, I pity the fool. I pity the fool who puts Miracle Whip on his sandwiches. That's so gross, man. Like, that's so gross. Like, why don't you just put whipped cream on there while you're at it? That's so gross. Ah, man. Who uses. Barry Electronics says, I don't like Miracle Whip. I can't even imagine, man. Like, it's like you might as well just go melt some marshmallows and smear it on your sandwich and call it mayo. Because that's essentially what it is. You might as well melt some marshmallows on your bread and call it mayo. Fireborn's like, whip rules. Mayo blows. Ugh, gross. That's so gross. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the screen. We're gonna go through the numbers here real quick and figure out what the heck's going on. Dukes versus Hellmans is the only competition, and it ain't close. Dukes. I'm going with Hellmans, man. Hellmans. Hey, but at least I don't know. It's more than a documentary, Casey. Multiple people are finding that the Eye of the Sahara is the mostly place of the main capital of Atlantis. The Egyptian first told people of Atlantis. Okay, cool. Tangier? You mean sweet? I think you mean sweet by tangy. The only thing Miracle Whip is sweet. It's not tangy at all. It's sweet. It's just literally just sweet. Tangier. Yeah, I know. I knew what you meant by tangier. But it's just sweet, man. That's gross. Ah, it's so gross. I don't want sweet dressing for my meat. Why does it have to sound like that? Man. Oh, boy. Moving on. Time to take a look at these numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing on purpose unless you see the big tramp back on the page. So hold those thoughts or comments until after. Make fun of me behind my back, please, because I just I don't even want to hear it. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX, and AMC is at 59.52, and EDGX is at 9.42. The combined between the two is 68.94. That's 4.8 or 4.94% higher than it should be. And CHX volume is currently showing at 3.7% of our daily volume, and it's equating to 760.6 thousand shares. A lot of movement there. On Ape, highest amount of our volume currently is at for off exchange is 62.7, EDGX 9.18. Combined total on that 71.88. That is 7.88% higher than it should be. CHX volume is slightly higher than it should be for the day-to-day. 30-day average is 0.06. We're at 0.08. On GME, CHX volume is half of what it normally is. And on HYMC, almost non-existent. Let's see here. An hour ago, there was 260,000 shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex. It's now 387,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of very slightly raising that estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.9. Cost per borrow minute 1.04, average 130, max 351.07%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased by 1.4 million shares and is at 183.39 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 465,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 8,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 143,000 shares. Excuse me. That's going to slightly raise that estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.69%. Cost per borrow minute is at 7.26, average at 8.27, and max at 8.67. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 8.7 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, putting the shares on loan total amount to 37.16 million shares. That is incredibly high for the day. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume, massively jumped an hour ago for the $5.50 strikes for calls, and it went from 32.1 in the last hour to 45.4. So lots and lots of volume still. Puts went from 7.5 thousand contracts to 8,000 contracts in the last hour at a $5 strike. Lots and lots of call options rolling in right now in volume. We have our current breakout that I thought could potentially occur did occur past 735, right where I had it, and then came immediately bouncing off of this ascending level of resistance. It actually even double touched it twice and started bouncing back down. We might see a little bit of consolidation between 715 and 735 for close. I had 732 for a closing price for the day-to-day. We're at 728. Really close, right about there. Super, super close. I'd love to see another run up before the end of the day is over, but currently it's crashing down. Let's see. It's crashing such a harsh term. It's coming down. Let's see here. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for on the list here. GME is the only one on the list, and it has a 63.5 to 36.5 buy-sell ratio. Looking pretty strong there. 60-40 at least for a minimum is what I like to see. SSR for AMC trips at $4.75 for AMC, Ape at 1.611. No shares borrowed in the last hour according to Stonko Tracker. Fees were last seen at 103.1%. NASDAQ is up 1.23. Dow Jones is up 0.31. The S&P 500 is up 0.52. We have 3,951 advancers to 2,564 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. I think it's doing a little bit better than it was even an hour ago. Let's see what we got going on here with Ethereum Classic. which is currently at 0.28. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing up 0.1. WTI oil is down 1.15. Mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are down from either 0.01 on BlackRock's or up 0.04 on Vanguard's. And like I said earlier, the SPY is up 0.54. The VIX is down 2.83. VTI is up 0.64. VB is up 0.65. Tesla is up 11.04%. Amazon is up 3.42. Cinemark is up 0.57. Doge is up 0.5. Bitcoin is up 0.8. GME is up 15.04. HYMC is down 5.04. Hood is up 5.86. CS is down 0.14. NCMI is breaking even. Ape is up 5.87, and AMC is up 1.61 for the day today. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 22.21 million shares traded so far for the day today. I might end up being wrong on the volume prediction. Holy, that's kind of crazy. Let's see here. 288 minutes of trading. This puts us on a pace for 30.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is much higher volume than I was anticipating, especially coming in at the end of the day. 10 to 30 million shares is what we were supposed to end up seeing. We're right now on a pace for 30.07. That's just slightly higher, which means at the current pace, we could potentially break the numbers. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 50, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 59.99, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 61.77, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with the divergence of the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. And RSI is at 55.67, which is just slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.59 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 289 minutes of trading, puts us on a pace for 22.38 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 5 to 25 million. Looks like we're going to hit that, no problem on that one. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 65.71, which is above average. Wait. I don't know why I had a problem with that. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 70.52, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 68.09, which is almost signaling overbought. Finally dipping over an overbought kind of peak that we had. On a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 53.42, which is just slightly above average. Well, I looked at the two charts here and I was like, oh, I put it on Ape and Ape again. Let me make sure I'm not on Ape and Ape again here. It's funny though, because the charts look almost the same. Almost, not quite. Alrighty. I'm going to take a break, guys. Hey, see you later, Tim. Let me just put up the message and actually I gotta move this around real quick. You know, I've heard it before where people say like, it looks like you've centered up the chart to where it makes it look like the price is gonna run. It's like, no, sometimes I just put it down lower so that I can put my message in here so it doesn't overlap. That way I don't have to come back in the middle of my break and mess with stuff. Alrighty, I am going to head out to break here, guys. I'll leave you with a little bit of music. I'll see you in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, I'm back. I'm just like looking at the price right now. We're at 553 on AMC and 191 on Ape. Ape is up 6.22%. AMC is up 4.83%. My predictions for the day today was 552 on AMC, which is 1 penny higher than 2 pennies higher than right now, and 180 on Ape, and I'm 10 cents too low on that, and the spread between me and Apex for the week was seven pennies difference, which means that Apex is gonna beat me out here actually it's gonna beat me out by quite a bit, but I mean, it was a tough week. Today was a tough one because if I would have gone up a little bit north of him, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how the market closes out for the day today, but I mean, because Ape is dropping down in value, but I don't think it'll drop down to 180 or even close to that before the end of the day. So I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, Apex is gonna beat me out, man. He's gonna beat me out. My point for the week, the extra point for the winner spot. His number was just a little bit better than mine was. Yeah, he had 587. I had 582 for our low number. So that means anything higher than 580, anything higher than buck 50 off of 587. So what is that? 587 plus $1.50. Anything higher than oops, I did minus. Anything higher than 737. Well, at 737 he nails it like right on the head, and right now it's at 745. So it would have to come down quite a bit for him to lose out at this point. So I think he's got this one in the bag, and I think this might be back-to-back weeks winning for him if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna have to give a little extra kudos to Apex on nailing these prices back-to-back weeks like this. Hillbilly's saying just a guess here, but we finish just under 550 a share. We'll see. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening. Ape is dropping down a little bit here. I want to see him run. I hope it just keeps on running and doesn't stop. But I need to do a toast today. I know. Dr. Zeno left earlier. I saw his message before he left. Before I left, and and he said it was his kid's 30th birthday and he was celebrating. So, I'm going to toast to Dr. Zeno's 30-year-old kid finally be able to move out of his dad's house. I'm figuring that's why he's celebrating his son's birthday. I don't know. I'm just teasing. But to Dr. Zeno's son and anybody else who has a birthday party or anniversary or anything like that today, happy birthday, happy anniversaries. And to 2 years of holding AMC, for those of you who are hitting a 2-year anniversary, congratulations on making your 2-year. I'll catch you in about 2 more trading days. Cheers. All right. Let's take a look at these numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let me see if I got to give you guys the 2-factor authentication speech. I do not have to give you the 2-factor authentication speech. Hold those thoughts for just 1 minute here while I transfer some screens around. That's not what I wanted. Just like this. Oh yeah, we're getting some good price movement here. This is looking good. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see combined between off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere right around like 66%. And as for AMC for the day today, we've got 60.52 and 9.33. Combined total is 69.85%. Nice. That is approximately 3.85% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 3.14% of our total daily volume, with the 30-day average at 1.13. Volume is at 763.8 thousand shares for the day today. That is very high. It's a big, big number. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange volume is currently at 61.49 and EDGX at 8.89. The grand total between the two is 70.38%. That is 4.38% higher than it should be. CHX volume is pretty much on target as of right now. On GME, CHX volume is a little bit low, and HYMC CHX volume is pretty much non-existent. Well, it's actually right on target. Yeah. Taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was 387,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now 284,000. That's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.89%. Cost to borrow minute 1.04, average 132.79, and max at 351.07. Shares on loan for the day today was up 1.4 million shares to 183.39 million shares, and the total amount of estimated short share interest of the free float increased by 465,000 shares day over day. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 143,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 336,000 shares. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.7%. Cost to borrow minute 7.26, average 8.87, and max at 9.87. Shares on loan for the day today is at 37.16 million shares on loan. That is 8.7 million shares more on loan today than yesterday. Obviously, for the failure to delivers that are going to be expiring next week, looks like they're getting ready to pay those out. And let's take a look at options. An hour ago on options, the highest volume was at a $5.50 strike price. It went from 45.4 thousand contracts to 53.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. There was 8,000 contracts an hour ago. There's 9.6 now. And what else am I going to do here? There was, oh yeah, I guess I'll just take you guys on over the other page. Breaking very nicely through the Fibonacci retracement at 735, breaking this level of resistance that we had problems with twice earlier, and finding more growing support and finding support on this what was previously a level of ascending resistance. So we're finding support on that now. We may continue to see this drive upwards. The next fib retracement is going to be at 766. We were back here not too long ago in this range when we were driving up and found that resistance, that major portion of resistance in here. But yeah, looking super strong right now. Loving it. Very nice, very nice. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, we're not on the list at all today, but GME has been on the list. GME still on the list. Has a 58.68% buy to 41.32% sell ratio. Not the best. I'd like to see 60-40 at the very bare minimum, but as it stands right now, they're making, I guess, some good volume for the day today because they did make it on the highest, most traded stocks. 475 is the trigger price for SSR for the day today on AMC, and that didn't trigger and probably won't. Ape is at 1.611, same thing for that one, and shares borrowed in the last hour, nothing. We've only seen about 50,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. 103.1% were the last seen fees for borrowing, which was very, very high. What am I doing? I couldn't remember where I was going. NASDAQ is, let's see, up 1.37. Dow Jones is up 0.5. The S&P 500 is up 0.66. We have 4,065 advancers to 2,473 decliners. The market is advancing over declining, and even more so than in the last hour. We have Ethereum Classic is showing up 0.68%. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.06. WTI, or oil, is up negative 0.05. It's not up, it's down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.16. And the SPY, like I said earlier, was up 0.62. VIX is down 1.23. VTI is up 0.74. VB is up 0.82. Tesla up 11.49. Amazon is up 3.57. Cinemark up 0.92. Doge is up 0.93. Bitcoin is up 1.29 at 23.3 a coin. GME is up 12.69. HYMC down 4%. HUD is up 8.45. CS is up 0.14. NCMI is up 0.04. Ape is up 6.42 and AMC is up 4.55. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $1.6 million more inflow than outflow, with 27.28 million shares traded so far. It looks like we're going to break the volume prediction for the day-to-day because we got 40 minutes left here, so we're looking at 352 minutes of trading so far for the day. Yeah, we're on a pace for 30.22 million shares traded by the end of the day. We're going to break the 10 to 30 million pace that I suggested in pre-market. Not by a whole lot, but we will be breaking it, it looks like, based off the numbers that we're currently getting. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.65, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.77, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.23, which is overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.97, which is slightly above average, almost above average. On Ape, let's see. On Ape, outflow is more. Currently has more outflow than inflow by about $700,000. 19.42 million shares traded so far for the day today. After that, what did I say? 353 minutes of trading. Puts us on a pace for 21.47 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That will meet the 5 to 25 million shares expectation. I have to say, the end of the day volume that we started seeing, kind of like midday, really kind of changed the direction we're going. Now, do remember that when you have rising volume day over day and increasing volume, that is bullish and turns AMC into a buying target. You can see that in the order book as it stands right now, that it does definitely look like a buying target. On a 4-hour interval, there is more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.24, that's above average. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.85, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.84, which is pretty much signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.36, which is slightly above average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. It is Friday. I like to open up the back of the Big Tramp, and you know what I forgot to do today, guys? I forgot to do the movie polls. So I'm going to do something a little bit different today. For those of you who show up into the back of the Big Tramp, I'm going to give you an opportunity to vote for 2 movies a person. So if I get 10 people in there, I'm going to have 20 movies, and then we can poll on Monday of those 20 movies. So anybody who's in the back of the Big Tramp, I'm going to take those votes first. So anybody who lists movies right now, you're going to have to hold off, because I'm not taking any of those until is it clean? For you, Buck, it is. Who wouldn't make it clean for a quick buck? That doesn't sound right. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me go back to the Big Tramp. Why is the market moving like crazy? I don't know, man. I don't know. One of the things I talked about earlier this morning when I was looking at it was one of the things I don't like seeing. First off, is if I take you over to the SPY and we look at it real fast on the daily for the SPY, you can see that we've clearly broken out of a very long wedge that I've got drawn out here, about 2 days in advance of where the breakout was supposed to occur. And one of the things that I find kind of disturbing is one, day over day volume is falling. We have increasing price and falling volume. That is a bearish signal. We should not be going up in price. So, in regards to why you're saying why isn't it going up like crazy, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It looks like a bear trap to me because I really felt like this was supposed to break down. And then the other portion to that too is if the SPY is going to start ripping, where's the VIX going to go? Because the VIX usually goes down, and it doesn't really. I mean, it can move down some more, but it's in this channel here, and if it moves down too much more, this thing when it does break up is going to break up hard upwards. I mean, really hard upwards. So I kind of tend to feel like this is really more or less. We shouldn't be having increasing price on falling volume. It shouldn't be happening. So I think it's a fake out. I think it's a fake out breakout. That's what I think. I tend to think that it's going to pop up for a very short period of time and then come crashing way the heck back down through the wedge again. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I'm right. I don't know. But falling volume and rising price is not bullish. That is not bullish. Just isn't. So do you guys? Somebody said in here, tinfoil hat, or Meep said it actually. Tinfoil hat, could it be that the Tesla? You don't have to shout, Meep. Meep says tinfoil hat, could it be that the Tesla running up caused some margin calls? So 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago or 3 days ago now? I can't remember which, but 2 or 3 days ago, I put in a title that I expected within the next 48 hours that we could be seeing the market come moving downwards, right? Heading down, and it's done the exact opposite of that. It's actually gone up. And what I would say is that we had the day that I announced that we had that event that occurred where the market was halted on 251 different affected securities. That may have been something. I don't know what, but that could be the reason why we're moving up currently. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there's any connection whatsoever there. I can't make any connection because I pro equities. I can't look into their information to see how they were hedged against their positions. So I have no idea if the market was moving in the direction of their positions or if it was moving against them. No way for me to know. All right, I'm heading over to the back of the big tramp. Like I said, the first everybody who comes into the back of the big tramp's going to get 2 votes on a movie that they want to see done for movie trivia. This way I can encourage people to show up. And if I get 10 people in there, then I'll get 20 votes, and then we can vote on, we can do polls for next week. Uh-oh, I have my first lucky recipient. Preacher, welcome.
Nice to
Did you come
catch you.
Did you come to the back of the big tramp for a toast or to give me movie names?
Both.
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 Both. Let's hear what you got. What you got for me, man? Give me 2 movie titles here so I can write them down.
Okay, 2 movie titles: Interstellar. And Avatar 2. Just because we're apes and we're going and watching movies.
Sweet. Nice. I like it. Was Interstellar one of your favorites?
Yeah. I know it's a bit off the rails, and
I
there's
like
a
it.
lot of things you can. Yeah, but I saw it like 10 plus times.
No, I actually when you said Interstellar, I was sitting there going like, oh my god, how come I haven't picked that one yet? That's actually a great one. I think it's awesome. Hayden, how's it going, man? Good to see you. How's the leg healing for you?
Sorry about that, man. I didn't have the mic on. Very swollen on my feet. Everything keeps going to the bottom, but we're working through. Got the Band-Aid off. It's amazing when they don't use outboard stitches when they glue your skin.
Yes.
How much different the scar is.
Yes, it's better, right? Or no? Do you not like
What's
it?
that?
You don't like it better?
Oh no, definitely like it better. In fact,
it's great.
I'm sitting here on my air mattress with my leg elevated right now, trying to get the swelling down from the therapy I just had a couple hours ago.
Did you have 2 movie choices you wanted to add to the list?
Oh boy, since I suck at trivia so bad, I shouldn't even pick.
Might make it interesting.
I'm always up for Caddyshack.
Okay. How about the second choice?
I think I'd get some thumbs up on Tombstone.
Okay. Awesome. And Preacher also said that he was here to give a toast as well. Preacher, did you have a toast you wanted to put out?
Well, I just want to toast to the apes, to us not allowing shields between us, to the community for sticking together, and for all of us owning 10 shares. And, well, here's to MOASS.
Cheers.
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 Hayden, what drugs do they got you on right now? And
I tried.
you can always tell me, go to hell, it's none of your business. It's okay to say that.
Oh no, I got the anti-inflammatory. What is that? That's Celebrex. Celebrex, and the other one, the one with an L. But of course, I can go every 5 hours with the Oxy, 5 milligrams. If I tried 3 days after the surgery to go off of it, and it was horrible. From the bone trauma, it hit me hard in the middle of the night, and I said, "Well, so much for that. I can't do the therapy without staying on the 5 milligrams. So I can do therapy hard, sleep good, or go off of it and have horrible pain. So I think I'll only have to take it though for another 2 weeks, maybe 3.
Buck says back off the salt until the swelling goes down.
Yeah, it's funny, just the whole swelling thing. I didn't realize how big your knee is when you get one of these fake joints to begin with. It's really big.
Foo Dog also says rub some dirt on it.
Thank you, Foo.
Yeah, and then Jabib says, when you couldn't figure out the name of the drug, Jabib says LSD, and I was going to say lithium. But apparently, I think both of us are probably wrong on that. So
yeah, the Oxy, I think, is the painkiller of choice. Everyone talks about how it's you can get hooked on it or whatever. I'm sure with some people it can be a deal, but a couple of people told me it's not the you don't feel like drinking a beer or anything. It just shuts off whatever those nerves, receptors, whatever it is, for that pain. But apparently the nausea is the big deal. That's why people get hooked, is they hate the nausea. So they take another one, they don't have the nausea. But yeah, I don't have that kind of a deal with alcohol, drugs, whatever. It's just turn it off, turn it on. But yeah, you just can't do therapy without a little bit of it. And a lot of people told me that before I went in for the surgery was, do not get behind, because if you do, it's hard to catch back up again. Yeah. So, but everything, it's nice seeing the wound where they did it. I saw the X-ray yesterday. Did an X-ray of what it looks like from the inside, and my leg's perfectly straight now, which is nice because it was bow-legged before. And yeah, amazing. I didn't know this. Everyone that sees me walking is like, "Hey, you're not bow-legged anymore." Didn't know I was. Thanks for the heads up. Hey, you've got to kick me on your back of your shirt. Oh, thanks. Boom.
That's funny.
But yeah, apparently I was walking a little crooked and didn't even know it. But having the new joint, once this swelling gets down, I was on a bike a little bit today. I'm going to try and get on the Peloton this weekend with no resistance and just do the movement, just try and move some fluid.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just nice I finally got it done.
Well, I'm glad you're on the road to recovery.
Yeah, recovery's always good.
Yeah.
Got to get off these painkillers so we can sip some bourbon.
or we can just mix it.
Yeah, I've heard that you mix them and you get some nice results, man.
That's right.
I didn't tell you to do that. That's your own choice.
It tastes so good. How could it be bad?
Yucca, welcome, man. Good to see you. How you doing?
How's it going?
Not
hey,
bad.
everybody.
How did you like the fact that you got your song choice of the day today? Did you like that?
Oh, I love it.
All right.
Yep.
Well,
Thank
how about 2 movies? Do you got two movies for me too?
I don't have 2 movies.
You don't have 2 movies? What's your favorite 2 movies of all time?
Oh, I mean, okay, so The Big Lebowski.
Okay.
That's one. The second movie would probably be The Notebook.
Oh, no.
Not-
No, not doing that one again.
I'm messing with you, nah.
No, I know it's your favorite. It's okay.
No, not at all.
Shh. It's okay.
No, it's did somebody say Pretty Woman? No, not even that. Lady in Pink?
Pretty Woman was actually kind of a cool movie. I actually liked it as a kid, but what was it? Lady in Pink?
No, I was reading something else.
Oh, okay.
You know what? It would probably be Hangover.
Hangover.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. And then also Hillbilly's in here. How's it going, Hillbilly? He's got his microphone. There he is.
Hey, how's it going, Casey?
Not too shabby. Did you have 2 movies that you wanted to add to the list?
I tried to add it last time. I think Fifth Element would be a good one.
I love that movie.
I know it's like one of those movies.
Great.
It's one of those movies where like you see it and no matter where it is in the movie, you have to stop and watch it to the end.
Yeah.
That is a great movie.
Never Ending Story. I suggested that one last time too.
Never Ending Story. Got him down. Man, we got some good choices for this week. Oh man, I can't wait to vote for these on. I almost wish I could vote for these next week when we do it on Monday, but these are good choices. I like
It's like
this.
the missed opportunities.
Yeah, no kidding.
How about any adult movies? Can I give you one? Maybe not.
You want to give me an adult movie? You want to give me an adult movie, or you want to tell me an adult movie?
Both.
You want to both? Okay, yeah. Let's give him. Okay, give me
Both.
and tell me
Both.
both.
No,
Let's
no.
see.
I'm just kidding with you.
I'm starting something here with the whole both thing. Like I'm gonna make this a thing where everybody says both from now on. I will convert the world. What's that?
That's your merch. That's your merch movie. Like just both merch.
It's just gonna say on the shirt both. BOLTH.
That would be cool. You can.
Because you're demonetized. You don't have ads. You don't have donations. So you could do merch. And so people who want to support you just go for the merch. That's it.
Yep. Custom cut decal and put it on the back of your car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I should do that. I think I'm gonna order something up and do that. I just drive everywhere with a sign on the back of my car that says both. Let's see here. Did we have somebody else join? Did you guys have any toasts that you wanted to do for the day today, or did you guys just wanted to drop in and give your movie quotes or movie titles?
Yeah, I'd like to. I want to toast welcoming Food Dog back.
Ah, okay. Cheers. Or did you want to add to that?
Cheers. That was it.
Okay. Cheers. Food Dog's back.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers, guys. I'm at work, but still.
Cheers.
Oh no. That's great when you're saying cheers at work. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just not drinking.
That's what you say. I'm a
Depends on your job.
Oh my gosh, do you remember that? Do you remember the period of time where they were catching like tons of pilots that were drinking, or they were flying drunk?
And, like they were like doing coke too. Like,
what the heck was going on? What happened? Why was that happening?
It's like hookers and blow. It's hookers and blow. They did a layover and they party with the stewardesses or the flight attendants, and it's like hookers and blow, man.
Damn, I got hired too early.
Wow.
What's the movie? There's a movie with Denzel Washington, right?
Yeah. I used to party with some flight attendants, and they're crazy. Like they go around the world and they go see these DJs and stuff, and they party on their layovers, and sometimes they like miss their flights or they're on there and they're hungover, so they're it was pretty entertaining.
I mean, nobody can pull them over mid-flight and be like, "Excuse me, sir, could I see your license and registration?"
Actually, it's worse. You get random when you land and you taxi into the gate. So when you're getting off the plane, so if you pop then you're done.
But I mean,
yeah.
What are the chances that if you're on a really long flight, like a 9-hour flight or a 10-hour flight or something like that, that it's still going to be in your system that much?
I don't know. At our airline, it just doesn't happen.
Pirate-born says pilots are effing stealth rock stars. I've never heard that.
I feel that way with my knee stuck.
Yeah.
Most of them are like they're just great aviators and very serious people, and there's probably a few that And then we saw some movies about some of the I guess some of the more blown out of proportion things or some things that happen, but they're all mostly just a bunch of professionals.
Yeah. Well, it's always the black sheep that stands out.
Yeah, I would never throw. I remember all those things that were on 60 Minutes and all that. I'd never throw another airline under the bus. It's any industry. Oh. But I could definitely vouch for my airline. It's just I've never heard of anybody in 25 years ever getting popped, ever.
So are you
And it's
saying it was
something.
more just like fake news? Is that what you're saying, or?
No. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying with the time I spent with my legacy carrier in 25 plus years, I've never heard a rumor, name, anybody that's ever and that stuff would get around.
So what you're
no doubt
saying
about it.
is you're the Norwegian cruise line of airliners and not the Carnival.
or is celebrity one of the
Oh no, you're right.
cruise?
Yeah, celebrity. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, celebrity. Yeah, we're the celebrity of the legacies. Yeah. Yeah.
You're the Aerosmith of American Idol.
We're the boring airline that just takes you to your destination. That's it.
Yeah, safely and not on fire.
Right. Yeah. We're the boring cruise that you go. You're no fun. I know. We're just safe. Sucks.
I don't fly with Hayden. I need more risk.
That's right. That's right. What fun are you?
Yeah, I know. I prefer my pilot to blow a .15. I mean, it makes the flight
when
more
I go
fun.
to Vegas, I want the trip to begin at the terminal.
Oh boy!
Somebody says, if somebody says all the time, you're like, is it good to go flying? Yep. Going to be boring, safe, and just another day. That's the way we do it.
Nice.
Not like the old days with the picture that's next to this is Discord, right? Yeah. Not like the airplane I'm standing in front of on my picture there, where it was a little hair raising every now and then. But no, the airline's boring.
Now, I got a question for you. In all the years that you've been flying, have you ever done any like fun stunts that like I don't know, one of those Top Gun type things where maybe like you pour a Coke upside down or something like that? Have you ever done anything like that?
No.
No fun stunts.
Not even in the Navy, because you're already flying a F-18. Mm-hmm. Why do anything sillier than no. Just the normal flying was actually a lot of fun.
I had when I was in going through the first semiconductor job that I ever had, they put us through like kind of a crash chemistry and engineering basics classes in college, and we had this. I'll never forget his name. His name was Harvey Birdsey. He was a pilot, an ex-pilot. He has this incredible career that he's had, and just all kinds of stories. This guy was just full of stories. And he told this story one time about this airline pilot that he knew, who bet his co-pilot that he could do I guess they were in a transatlantic flight. I guess it was a red-eye flight or something like that. It was basically one of the ones where people fall asleep on the flight overnight, right? And he bet his co-pilot that he could do a barrel roll in the I don't remember what it was, whatever big plane it was that they were flying. He bet him that he could do a 0G barrel roll and nobody would notice that they were even awake. And
That
and
doesn't make any sense.
he
That's
said
incredible
he
stuff.
said they can actually, there's a way to be able to pull just the right amount of G so that as you're doing the barrel roll, nobody even notices that there's any kind of change in gravity at all, like nothing.
Gravity.
Yeah. And so it
Yeah.
was really impressive to hear him talk about, but I never knew if he was telling the truth or not. And it seems extremely dangerous that they would try something like that, but
He's not telling the truth that he did it. He's telling the truth that a guy from Boeing, the test pilot for the 707, because I saw the film at safety school. There's a 707, and I can't remember if it was because of sales at Boeing. They were trying to say how much better their planes were, and I can't remember the name of the test pilot. It might even be on YouTube. But the guy goes over the big lake where the air show was, and this might have been the early 70s, late 60s. But and there's press on the plane and all this stuff. The guy does a barrel roll in the 707, and I believe he did it twice, actually. He lands, he's fired, and then he's rehired because people went crazy for it.
Yeah.
So there was an airliner that did a barrel roll, and it was at 1G, so you wouldn't know unless you looked out the window. But anybody that says they did it on a flight is completely FOS. Yeah, it's a story. I want to say it was black and white too, but I saw the film at safety school back in 96. No. Yeah, 96 when I went to safety school, and it's from a Boeing test pilot.
I got a question. Hayden, do you fly like across like the world, like different continents, and do you like long flights?
No, I'm actually domestic for my airline,
Okay.
and the only international I do, I get paid international, but I'll go down to Mexico and down south. So when we leave continental United States, we get paid international, but the real international guys are the guys that go, across the Pacific. Yeah, across the Pacific, across the Atlantic. Or the fellas that go over to Asia that go across the polar routes.
Okay.
But I'm a domestic guy.
Is that an F-18? Is that an
What's that?
F-18? Is that an F-18? Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the F-18s on the Midway.
Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, I flew when it looked just like it in my reserve squadron, so I took a picture.
All right, I'm gonna stop the conversation for just a second because I got Ken Gross and Manjit both are in here, and I gotta ask them what their two movie titles are. Ken, what do you got for me for movie titles, sir?
Can you hear me okay?
Ken, I sure can.
Yep.
Okay, it's Ken Gross, Gross.
Oh man, I want to call it Gross though. I don't want to call you Gross. I like. All right, I'll call you Gross.
I don't know who you're talking to when I hear Gross. I said, who's he?
I'll call you Gross from now on. It'll be easy for
All
me
right.
to remember, but it's just I feel bad calling you Ken Gross though.
No, don't feel bad.
Okay.
If I don't feel bad, you shouldn't feel bad.
Okay, all right.
Right?
What you got for movies? What you got for me?
Well, because I lived in the town where they filmed it, and also I got to watch it being filmed, I would say American Graffiti.
Got it down. And what's the next one?
The other one is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
My wife likes that one.
I love that. I could watch that all day.
I think she particularly just likes that song that's in there.
That's true. A lot of good songs in that. I'm sure she has the album.
Manjit, how are you doing? What two movies are you going to throw at me here?
Good, Casey. I have no movies. I just wanted to say hello and say that you enjoy your weekend and take rest.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I am busy, so I can't watch the stream. So
Oh.
I said, well, while I'm driving, I will just say hello.
Thank you.
You enjoy your weekend, Casey. You're doing a good job.
Thank you very much. Let's see.
Drive
2,
safe.
4, 6, 8. You have a good weekend too, as well. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yes,
I've got
sir.
10. I've got 10 movies. I think maybe I'll go to the chat for the next 10 because I don't see anybody else popping up in here. All right, I'm going to open it up. The first 10 oh, go ahead. Somebody's going to say something. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, have you seen Throw Mama from the Train? Do you remember that one?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's got Billy Crystal and
It's a classic.
John Goodman. Not John Goodman, sorry. What's his name?
Danny
DeVito?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Oh, someone said Breakfast Club in the chat. That's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I put that one down.
Definitely.
I got Shawshank Redemption was in here. I think I already did that one before, but I'll put it on the list. Beverly Hills Ninja.
I was gonna say cheesy, like some cheesy martial arts films, like American Ninja or Never Give Up, Never Surrender, or something like that.
What was that one where he was running around going, ay, 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 or the girl was running around with the pigtails and she was I can't remember Kung Fu Pow or Pow
Kung Fu Panda?
No, it was Kung Fu.
Wait, wasn't it? Is it Kung Fu Hustle?
Kung Pao something. I think it was Kung Pao.
Kung Pao Chicken.
You guys remember The Last Dragon? Remember The Last Dragon?
Yes, I do remember that one when I was a kid. I liked that a lot. I went over to a friend's house and saw that. I loved it. Yeah. The electricity, man. The electricity was
like some
was
guy
something
looked
else.
like guy looking like Buster Rhymes with the guy looking like Buster Rhymes with like glowing hands.
Yeah, his name was Show No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pantheon says Spaceballs.
Wait, is Pantheon in here? Oh, there he is. Spaceballs. Okay. The Jerk. I think I have enough here. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm gonna put in Spaceballs and
Men at Work. That's a good one, Tendies. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
School of Rock. All right, so here's the list, so you guys know what you're going to be voting for next week of the 20. We'll do five groups of 4. We'll vote for a couple different times tomorrow or on Monday. We've got Interstellar, Avatar 2, Caddyshack, Tombstone, The Big Lebowski, Hangover, Fifth Element, Neverending Story, American Graffiti, Oh Brother Art Thou, Rounders, Breakfast Club, Shawshank Redemption, Beverly Hills Ninja, The Rock, Kill Bill, The Jerk, Spaceballs, School of Rock, and I need one more. The last one is Cool Runnings. I just looked up and that was the first thing I saw. Cool Runnings. All right, that's it. That's our list of 20. We'll come up. I might actually keep this list for a while because I actually really like a lot of these. Not all of them, but I like a lot of them, and we'll use this to look. We'll decide what we vote for next week. This could last us like 5 weeks worth of. This is 5 weeks worth of movies right here. Uh-oh. Rex showed up. Rex is like, hey, I want to add my 2 movies, and I already got all 20 of them. Sorry, Rex.
Something called Enter the Fist.
Huh? Enter the Fist.
He's pleading the fifth.
Isn't that an adult movie?
No, it's a Kung Pao movie he was talking about.
Oh. Is it an Enter the Dragon?
Enter the Fist.
Oh yes,
I love that movie.
Yes, that's right. I remember now. You're absolutely right. That's the one. Ay. She was like the whole movie, just like always. It was so annoying.
All right, love you guys, man. I'll catch you all later.
Take care.
Take care.
What do you guys think? We finish under Max Payne today? I think we're going to see the dump at 259 to 548.
I mean, Spy already dumped. So, but it didn't. Yeah, I mean, it was running and it didn't do much to our stock, but it dumped. Yeah, it had dumped. All right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Most polite live stream ever. All right, see you. See you.
Yeah, it's that time. All right, guys, take care.
Have a good one, man.
Thank you.
Oh, he's not.
Casey. See you next week.
Cheers.
He's not wrong. It is that time. All right. Well, I'm gonna back out of the
Yeah.
back of the big tramp, guys. I'll be right back after the end of the close of the stream. So if you guys are still here, I'll talk with you after that. Have a good weekend, guys. It is that time of the day, guys, unfortunately, and it's actually that time of the weekend. So eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest because you have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your kids out for a walk because they like getting out too. Go see a movie. That is, after all, what we're here to support. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery
Discovery, Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Американская фирма Transceptor Technology приступила к производству компьютеров «Персональный спутник».
Attack, front to back, in this thing called rap. Feel like a double rhyme double on a heavenly level. Bang the bass, turn up the treble. Blast on my day and night all the time. 714, wise the mind. Maniac, radiac, winning the game. I'm the lyrical Jesse James. And you don't want that.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is fight. till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other, all we